Welcome back to VGTR Season 1 of the Endurance Series. We are back for Round 2 at Monza. And currently we are in qualifying with Andreas Borchers taking the quickest lap time so far with a 46.4. That is one crazy lap time by the BMW driver. Philip Balavender able to take second place with a 46.7, and it is Lukjan with a 46.8. Then Abe Santama only a 46.9, trying to chase those tenths. Currently not able to improve on his lap time. Lucas Peck for the Black Panthers doing a 46.94, and that is the top 5, all in the 46s, which is a great little bit of work. But there is only about 17 minutes left in this qualifying session. We'll see if anybody is able to improve on their lap times. Alright, Philip Balavender able to take that second place in a Porsche, by the way, Porsche 992. One car that I did not expect to be getting such a high place, and actually instead of the car number we can go to the manufacturer. As you can see, the BMW completely overpowered on this track as of this update, and we can have a look. He has got the fastest third sector only. Fastest second sector goes to Philip Balavender, and then the fastest first sector is Lukjan in the Ferrari. So it is a pretty diverse grid on in this race today. We've got, well, obviously as you can see from 11th to 16th there is still all Ferraris, but in the top 5 there is a bit of a change. There is a BMW and a Porsche. Even the Lamborghini of Andrew Shaw in 8th place with a 47.5. That is a great lap time by him. Who else is improving? Alex Baba. In the practice session, by the way, this man over here, Alex Baba, I think did set a 46.1. So he does have the potential. He definitely does have the potential to be, you know, setting those crazy lap times. But sadly, it is not going to be this time out. Andreas Borchers, 46.275. That is a whole 5 tenths quicker than Philip Balavender's time. Great stuff by him. And he has returned to the pits. Feeling pretty satisfied, I would say. Abe Santama a 10th up on his lap. William Granberg, 2 tenths up on his lap time as well. He's driving the Ferrari 296. I think a lot of people will be driving the Ferrari 296 today. And Mohammed Irfan, the only person out there to not set a valid lap time. He is just sitting in the pits. Not a care in the world. But what can William Granberg do here? He is 1/10 up. This 1/10, these 2 tenths could be quite crucial for him to get ahead of Rodrigo Lara and finally into the 47s. And that is what most drivers will be hoping to do, to get into the 47s today, into the 46s as well. We'll see if anybody cracks the 45 mark. Andreas Borchers seeming to be the person to do it, the right person, the right car, the right driving style for Monza. He is probably the only person out there today who can be getting a 45. William Granberg, though, still improving on his lap time. In front of him, the Rodrigo Lara going 3 tenths quicker from 13th all the way up into 11th place. And William Granberg 2 tenths up. What is he going to be? Where is he going to be putting himself up on this grid? It is only going to be 2 tenths quicker. I don't think it's going to put him up, but it is definitely a personal best for the Ferrari driver. a 47.8. Ludger Schindler 2/10 up on his lap time though. Sebastian Solostik also heading on down the straight into Parabolica. He goes now on a pretty easy part of the track to get wrong. Going a bit wide there, and I think he might have even invalidated it. Yes, he did. He was 3/10 up. What could have been a 1:48.6. Okay, not an improvement at all. Ludger Schindler, 47.3. Up a whole lot of positions. Alex Babber, I think, actually set a quicker lap time than what it says here. Yeah, he set a 47.3 as well. Yeah, somebody's saying that I completely misspoke when saying the diverse grid part. But you know what I meant. The top 5, finally, the top 3, okay? The top 3 are not all Ferrari. You know, there is a Beamer, a Porsche, and a Ferrari. So, a diverse grid in that sense. And Leon Stapelfeld out here, he's going to be setting a pretty good lap time for his team. He's going half a second up. This will be a 46.1, I think. No, it's not, because the game lied to me. Cecilio Malaya, he's going to be improving on his lap time as well. It is an improvement, not enough to get himself up the grid. A 48.7 for the Lamborghini driver. Here comes Tom Bartels, driving for VGTR Esports in the Ferrari 296. I think he's one of the slowest Ferrari 296s right now. He's trying to prove himself not to be the slowest driver out of the Ferraris. And yes, he moves himself up into 15th place. Sebastian Solostik, though, also in the Ferrari. He's going 7/10 quicker, though. I don't know what to believe. I'm not sure if I should believe the game at all, because this is saying that he's doing a 47.5, which would be a great lap time for Sebastian. And, well, sadly, it's just not meant to be. It's actually a 48.2. Still pretty close, but not close enough. Lukjan in the Ferrari as well. If he carries this on, he is going about a 10th quicker. If he carries this on, he can get himself up to 2nd place ahead of Philip Balavender, but I fear that he has slowed down this lap. Now, I'm not sure it's going to be an improvement. His last 2 laps have been pretty consistent. 46.855 and a 46.852. Only 3,000 separating his 2 laps there. But what is it going to be? Is it going to be an improvement? Sadly, it is not. Only a 46.960. Unlucky stuff for him. Sebastian Solostik still showing that he's going 7/10 quicker. I'm not going to believe that at all. And Michael Malachet going 4/10 quicker. Jonathan Weinberg was going a 10th quicker. Now he has slowed down in front of him. Slowed down. This grid is about to be as diverse as a group of pigeons. Man, you can't be saying that. That is actually so rude. Anyhow, Michael Malashek going a 10th quicker right now. He, at this rate, will be putting himself up ahead of Manuel Losbichler. 2/10 up. Might even put himself up ahead of Jonathan Weinberg, who did set a pretty poor lap time. He slows down just in front of Michael Malashek, and I think that actually gave him the tow. I think Michael Malashek did get the tow from Jonathan Weinberg here as he comes through Parabolica now. This is the crucial corner for him in order to get this lap time solidified, and he comes across the line now. Is it going to be an improvement? Yes, it is, a 48.325, and it is identical to Jonathan Weinberg's time, down to the last 1,000th. He's going to be fuming. Absolutely fuming. But the person that's not going to be fuming is Leon Stapelfeld. He is going 2/10 quicker through Parabolica now, and this will set him up quite a bunch of positions if he can get this lap finished. 3/10 up, heading towards the line now. Is it going to be a massive improvement? Yeah, no, because the game lied. Man. Kunos needs to get their stuff sorted. I'm out here rooting for people and they don't improve. But a person that did improve, and I didn't catch it, is Sebastian Solostic. He did get a 47.76, which put him up ahead of William Granberg, I think. Andreas Borscher is still trying to get into the 45s. Philip Ballavender did improve on his last lap of 46.797. And Leo Monfront going 9/10 quicker. Oh, we'll take that with a pinch of salt. I don't think he's going to improve. Yeah, no, he didn't. If he was going 9/10 quicker, that would have been into the 45s. That would have been the first 45. Which I would kind of expect from the Black Panthers and from the Ferrari 296. So the game might have not been lying for a second there, but it sure did. Mohamed Irfan finally setting out to do his first flying lap. Let's have a look at what he is going to be able to do. Last time he put his team up pretty far on the grid, but then sadly some issues with his teammates brought them all the way down. I think one of his teammates had a pedal issue that was not allowing them to press it fully to 100%. And then they just made a lot of mistakes, but hopefully this time out in Monza they can polish those mistakes and maybe start him with qualifying. He's 24th. He's not set a single valid lap time. And what is it going to be for the only Audi driver on this grid? He's from 24th all the way up to 23rd. Yeah, unfortunate stuff. But hopefully he can improve on this lap. Tom Bartel's improving on his lap time, and as soon as I click on him, he makes a massive mistake. So, commentator's curse, coming at it again. Well, let's have a look. What can Tom Bartels do here? I think he has restarted his attempt. I feel like these are going to be his final laps before the end of qualifying. And not a lot of people improving. It looks like the track might have gotten a bit hotter. A person that did improve, I think, was Cecile Malaya. 48.622. No, it's not an improvement on their end. No, it was somebody else who just did an improvement. Never mind. Cecile Malaya, what can he do? A 48.6 is his fastest lap time. Now it's a 48.3, and that moves him up from 22nd all the way up to 20th place. Just behind Marcin Domanski by just a couple hundreds. Neil Berovitz also improving on his lap time, 47.9, up to 17th place. Cheetor and the Cheetah. It looks like he is improving, but I'm not sure by how much. The game could still be lying to me. Leo Monfront was going a 10th quicker. Can he still keep that momentum going? And sadly, I don't think it is going to be an improvement. Tom Bartel's yellow flags again coming out of Ascari. He is destroying his tires left, right, center, and this is not going to help his last couple of runs. He's going to be 16th if he does not improve. Not his most ideal start. Mohammed Irfan is saying, well, keeping that's it. That was what I want to say. That's it. He's not going to be doing any more lap times, it looks like. Cheater and the Cheetah still 2/10 up, which might move him up a couple of positions here. Maybe ahead of Jonathan Weinberg. But if he's able to get 5/10 in this last Parabolica corner, he might as well move himself up in front of Neil. But sadly, I don't think it's going to be. And it is going to be an improvement of 48.1. He's still got that 1 lap to go. By the way, running in the BMW, in the Aston Martin V8. And it's a very good lap time by him. Alex Baba trying to improve on his lap time. He's gone straight off. And that is his qualifying over, I think. And now we just kind of wait. Alex Baba is not giving up on his hopes. So is William Granberg. He's going 3/10 quicker here. Might put himself up a couple of positions. Might make himself one of the faster Ferrari 296s. Across the line he goes now, up to 12th place. 47.522, and a couple of people actually in the 47.5. Leo Monfron, 47.5. 17, William Grambo 47.5, and also Phil Cracios 47.557. Not too bad. Who else is improving in these last 40 seconds of qualifying? Tom Bartos trying to go a 10th quicker. I think Andreas Borchers is not going to be doing any more lap times. He has, well, solidified that pole position for sure. 46.2. That is a crazy lap time. Luke-Jan was going a 10th quicker. So is Alex Baba going 2/10 quicker in his final lap. But what can Tom Bartos do here? 2/10 up. This will put him up at least one position ahead of Sebastian Solstick. Oh my god, I kept on saying his name wrong then. It is Sebastian Solstick. Well, what can Tom do here? 2/10 up and up. Ah, unlucky for him. He's not going to be able to get ahead of Sebastian, but he's so close, ever so close. Only 1/100th of a second separating them. Not that, even 15 thousandths, I'd say. Unlucky stuff for him. And also Abe, not able to improve on his last lap. Even though he did get the benefit of the tow by Tom Bartels. But who else is improving? Alex Baba, not able to improve. Marcin Domansky going 4/10 quicker. Up to the Ascari chicane he goes now. 5/10 quicker. Well, this will put him up a couple of positions if he's able to carry this on. And he's even got the tow of the car in front of him. So, great stuff for him. This qualifying is going pretty well. Though he did lose a couple of tenths there in the Ascari chicane. Down to Parabolica he goes now. He's got Timon Carsons in front of him who's not improving on his lap time. So, he's definitely going to be moving ahead of him. What can he do? 4/10 up. Is it going to be a 47? And, well, of course, the game lying to me completely. And Marcin Domanski not improving on that lap time at all. Well, that is your qualifying done. I am quite happy with how 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are very tightly packed. Andreas Borchers, it will be the same sort of situation as last time with Lukjan and Pavel, where they just completely ran away with the win. I think like a whole lap or two ahead of P2. So Andreas will probably show us the same sort of domination here. Some people definitely, you can see that they love one track over the other, because I think the Trackalicious car finished 5th in Kyalami. Here they are going to be hoping to get a win. Andreas Borchers taking them up to pole position. Lukjan, sadly for his team, only in 3rd. His other teammate, not Pavel this time out. Pavel is driving in the 6 hours of Barcelona for RCI. In the RCI League, apologies. So he won't have that benefit. Abe Santama, 4th on the grid. Not his best qualifying at all. Got some setup problems, says Hunter Striker. So we're slower than we should be. Ooh. Yeah, that is not good news at all. I think, are they last on the grid? I think they are, sadly. Last on the grid. G. Stevens. I did see them a bit quicker in the practice session. I did not think they were going to be doing 51s today. But hopefully they sort the setups before the start of the race. Good morning, guys. Soon I'll be on track with middle name Goraldi. Good luck to all the drivers and have fun. Well, you also good luck, Mr. Stefano Palladini, or Stefano Goraldi Palladini. A good performance last time out for him as well and his team, finishing 2nd on the grid, so they are currently in contentions for getting $30 at the end, and if they can keep this up, well, then it'll definitely be up for the prize as well. It is about that time to, well, at least hope to run down the grid. If the app can work. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Whoops. Right, well, it is Andreas Borchers who takes the pole position in his BMW, the number 30 BMW. Then it is Camille Taha in 2nd place. Philip Alavender putting him up on this front row. Then Lukjan Prochnica for Forza Italia.pl starting in the 2nd row alongside Abe Santama driving for VGTR Esports. The pro team. Behind them, Gustavo Neves for Black Panthers, currently 2nd in the championship. Good stuff by them. Alongside him, Alex Baba in 6th place. Unlucky qualifying for him. He could have definitely qualified higher. Daniel Jord, a row behind them in 7th place. Alongside him, Mika Raja in the Ferrari 296, and it's pretty much a 296 frenzy here. Adriano Coutinho, another Black Panthers car, starting it in 9th. And alongside him, Andrew Shaw, who have had a pretty good start last time out. Behind them, Rodrigo Lara in 11th place in the 296. Then it is Yakov Linetsky in 12th place. Behind them, Phil Cryotheos, the Pro Odyssey Esports, Odyssey Racing League Esports driver. Alongside them, Lars Breitenstein for VGTR Esports as well. Behind them, Chico Lindvar, for the COS team in 89, and then Tom Bartel starting directly behind Lars Breitenstein. Behind them, Leo Berovets for the Odyssey Racing League Pro Am driving or Academy team. Alongside them, Chidor Nichita in the Aston Martin V8. Behind them, Timon Karstens, a pretty lowly qualifying for him as well. Michael Malashek in 20th. He doesn't have too high hopes for this race, but hopefully he can hire them up. Behind them, Sisio Malaya, and alongside him, Manuel Losbichler in the 992. And then a pretty unlucky qualifying for Mohammed Irfan, starting 23rd, alongside George Stevens, who has setup problems, but hopefully gets them fixed before the start of this race. Well, that is your grid for today. Livery didn't get uploaded. Oh, well. Might have been an issue on my end, to be fair. Yeah, I don't think I actually downloaded many of the liveries, so my apologies there on that side. Though I do think it looked pretty good. Let me have a look at it. Yeah, it's just a nice... I can probably pull it up on a stream right now for a second. Before we get going, because, you know, there's quite a bunch of things happening. There is the Trackalicious car looking very bright. It would have been pretty bright as well on stream, but sadly I did not get it uploaded. And there you go, a second view of it as well. I'd say a beautiful gradient. It looks like a fuel spill or an oil spill on that car. Good stuff indeed. But it is about to get going for the formation lap. As you can see, 8 seconds to go. And, well, the Trackalicious car will be leading the way in this formation lap. And also leading the way in this race. Yeah, not a great, I guess... We're not expecting too well of a turn 1 here. What I'm hoping for, and what I'm predicting, is that we don't have any before turn 1 crashes, because that is pretty popular in some of the top split leagues, that they, for some reason, decides to crash before even going to turn 1, which leads into an even bigger crash afterwards, because people are spinning, and they're spinning 200 miles per hour into everybody in the first corner, and it's just a massive, horrible pile-up. I will say, everybody who's starting on the left-hand side, or on the outside, so second, fourth, all the even numbers, they will have a great advantage, because if anything goes wrong in front of them, they will have that runoff area, they'll have that grass in order to, you know, escape, or try and escape all of that chaos that might happen in front of them, and hopefully, you know, avoid too much damage. Because we did see in Kiel Army, there's not a lot of runoff that you can really take. The inside has that massive sausage curb, which I have to say should get removed. FIA definitely need to come up with a better solution for the sausage curbs before they kill somebody. But there is that massive sausage curb on the inside that you can't really take, and if you do take it, it causes a massive accident, which it did. But we're hoping for a better turn 1 here. Noel Hatche will be starting the race for the VGTR eSport drivers. Abe Santama will be looking on, supporting his driver. Or at least looking on and see if there's any crashes in front of him and direct him to where he has to go. Our admin over at Trackalicious has a gradient addiction. A gradient addiction, wow. Well, if he has an addiction, I do highly advise going to a therapist or rehab or something like that, because that does sound pretty serious. I myself, I'm pretty addicted to gradients as well, but, you know, over time have come to realize that I shouldn't be doing that, and have instead got somebody else to do deliveries for me. So thank you so much to Anthony Camacho, who's also going to be driving in the race today, with Tom Bartelt. Has been Anthony Camacho, our livery creator for the VGTR eSport team. Also creates some beautiful liveries for his own seasons. But enough of the chit-chat, as the drivers are going to be heading side by side now, as Lukjan just, you know, trying to cheekily get an advantage here. But as now they head towards the final corner. And I hope a lot of drivers will be thinking that, you know, the race is not won in the first corner. The race is not won in the first lap. It's a 6-hour race, remember, guys. So I hope that they'll be thinking that. You know, say your prayers right now. I can sense a pile-up incoming. Yeah, well, let's hope not, as they head side by side now towards the line to wait for the green flag to be waved by the beautiful marshal standing on the side. And the time is going to be now, and we are starting for the second race on Monza now. And Andreas Borchert getting a pretty good start. Camille Taha already slotting behind him, and we can go have a look towards the back. Mika Raja making contact with somebody towards the back, and well, now we just wait and see. Is there going to be a massive pile-up? No, somebody going off the track, and well, it looks like, oh, one of the Black Panthers cars spinning out, but it looks like it's much cleaner than I expected. Now, one of the Black Panthers car making contact. I think that might have been Adriano Coutinho in the background. It's the same Maleo also making contact. Oh no, that's Rodrigo Lara currently in last place. Who is that going off? I think that's one of the VGTR Esport cars. That is Noel Hatche. And oh, well, okay, well, maybe it wasn't a first corner pile-up. It's definitely a second corner pile-up. I think Andrew Shaw is involved in that. Vuren is involved in that. Andrew Shaw, as I said, is involved in that too. But not too bad, you know, for Monza. Not too bad at all. As now we head towards the front. Luke Jan, by the way, getting a very good start. He's up into second place already now, ahead of Camille Taha, who's looks like struggling a bit here at the start. Lucas Peck is going to be going alongside him into the first Ascari chicane of this race. And for a second there, I thought he might have been trying to make an overtake, but here now going to be going side by side, and I don't think there's much of a contention there. The Ferrari absolutely flying ahead of the Porsche 992. And now Lucas Peck up into third place. Great start by him. Where is Noel Hatche? He's down in 7th place. He's trying to get those positions back from Mika Raja, while also trying to defend from Schindler. Didn't know that the driver who finishes quali is the car that starts the race. Oh no. Oh no, that is horrible. And as we head through the first corner again, and looks like everything is pretty clean so far. As Noel Hatche continues his hunt on Mika Razasa. Razasa. The red Ferrari in front of him. Also Alex Baba trying to get ahead of Camille Taha. Surprisingly smooth start to the race, indeed. I have to agree on that. Sebastian Soltysik, 13th place, just trying to get on William Granberg. Remember, he was trying to get ahead of him in the qualifying. Was not too successful at that, but now is his perfect chance to try and prove himself to be the better driver and get up to that 12th place. Noel Hatche, though, still keeping up with Luther Schindler as they head down the straight. He's gonna, Sebastian Soltysik, yellow flag for him. He's even got passed by Tudor Nachita. Unlucky stuff for him. Tom Bartels in a battle here, in a three-way battle for a second there with Adriano Coutinho and Leon Stapelfeld. As Andreas Borchert now sets the fastest lap time of 48.2. Here comes Adriano Coutinho down the inside on the Porsche. And I think that's going to be a pretty easy overtake for him. The straight line speed of that Ferrari, just too good for the Porsche. But the Porsche still trying to hang on round the outside, which is going to turn into the inside. And sadly, not able to get that position back from Adriano Coutinho. Adriano Coutinho, though, moving up to 9th place, which is where he started. William Granberg now. Too close behind Tom Bartels for his liking. While Tom Bartels is still trying to hunt Leon Stapelfeld for that 10th place. Looks like Noel Hatche making a move on Mika Razasa. And Mika Razasa making that mistake coming out of the second chicane. And William Granberg just falling a bit behind there. Tom Bartels now getting too close. Getting very close to Leon Stapelfeld. And what can he do here? Just making a bit of a mistake though. Mika Razasa into the second chicane, into the second chicane, into Ascari chicane. Not making a move on Luzer Schindler. Gianna Catino also following closely behind. Number 943. Well, let's have a look at where they are. 943 is Luzer Schindler, who is currently getting hunted by both Mika Razasa and Adriano Coutinho, but maybe Luzer Schindler will be able to get away with this for now, as Adriano Coutinho is yet again going to be trying to make a move on Mika Razasa as Leon Stapelfeld comes into the pits. Not sure what happened there for him. A pretty early pit stop, first 6 minutes. As William Granberg also going very slow, losing a ton of positions. Adriano Coutinho trying to go around the outside of Mika Razasa, but not able to make it stick. There's Sebastian Solistic. Oh, Stapelfeld had a drive-through, right. And Granberg got murdered by Nachita. Oh. No, that's not great. It's not great at all. There's Mika Razasa now. Trying to go down the inside of Luzer Schindler. Can he do it into the first Lesmo? Yes, he does. And that is a pretty clean overtake indeed. But can Luzer Schindler reply to that? Coming into the second Lesmo. And he's not able to do anything at all. Nothing to reply. Luzer Schindler losing that one position. He might even lose two here if Adriano Coutinho tries to make a move into the Ascari chicane. I don't think he will, because that is a death sentence. That is about the same as trying to make a move into Cheetah, though we did see a couple of people do that. As now Adriano Coutinho closer than he ever was to the back of Luzer Schindler. And he's got the toe. He's got the double toe. And he's going to be going super, super quick. Down into Parabolica. He's not going on the inside. Though, Luzer Schindler making a bit of a mistake, and they nearly make contact. As Andreas Borges says the fastest lap time, 47.7. Lukjan, though, still keeping up, 1.3 seconds off. Unlike last race, where Lukjan and Pavel were about 5 seconds ahead by this time. Adriano Coutinho on the inside of Luzer Schindler coming into the first corner. Can he outbrake him? And I don't think he will, though that is very close. Tom Bartels is going to be enjoying this battle in front of him. Behind them, though, Sebastian Solistic and Chidor Nachita going side by side into the first corner. Great racing by those two. Just like Chidor Nachita and possibly Andrew Shaw making contact. Not sure how that happened. Andrew Shaw is pretty far back. We can head over to William Granberg as well, who's getting closer to the back of Cecilio Milea. 4/10 the gap. Same as Adriano Coutinho, only 4/10 away from Luzer Schindler. And behind them, Mohamed Irfan trying to make up some positions on Ville Vuurinen. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And it doesn't look like these two will be making any moves soon. But Adriano Coutinho trying to make it on the inside of Parabolica. Can he make this move stick? And yes, he does. Already up another position, up into 8th place ahead of Luzer Schindler. And he's having a great start of this race. Not sure if he's overdoing yeah, overdriving those tires, because remember, they have a 1 hour 10 stint timer, and if they can extend it as far as they can into that 1 hour 10, then they will be having a bigger advantage for sure. Hello, Ricky Polomeni. I see, yeah, your driver, Cecilia Malaya, I think, is driving right now in 15th place. Not bad at all. Alex Bava now getting closer to the back of Camille Taha. Yeah, and Lambo number 678. I think that is, yeah, that's Cecilia Malaya, currently in 15th place. Which is a good start. A good start for Cecilia Malaya. I think he gained a couple of positions. Yeah, he gained a whole 6 positions. Started 21st. Now in 15th place. Legis Schindler. Not really liking that he got passed by Adriano Coutinho. Still trying to, you know, continue the hunt, continue to try and make a reply. And he's doing that so pretty well. Only 3/10 away from Adriano Coutinho. But what is more important is Tom Bartels, you know, continuing to catch onto these two. What happened to Alex Baba? Oh, he's on the outside of Parabolica. And he's stopped. Remember, he was fighting with Camille Taha. Now tumbling all the way down to 19th place. And are people already getting drive-throughs? Yes, they are. Sebastian Soltisic and Phil Creatheos both getting drive-throughs. I'm not sure if that is drive-throughs for track limits, or if that is, you know, penalties. But Legis Schindler starting to slow down a bit on his hopes of getting past Adriano Coutinho. And now Tom Bartels can try and catch these two. But what is, who is more closer to each other is William Granberg to the back of Cecilia Malaya. Cecilia Malaya did go up a whole 3 other positions, thank you to Alex Baba and a couple of other drivers having to go into the pits. But William Granberg now going left and right. And now on the inside, Noel Hadche, what has happened to him? He's 9th. And he's tumbling down a ton of positions. Behind William Granberg, though, is Emmanuel Losbichler as well, who's trying to get a piece of this action. What's happened to Noel Hadche? Moving down so many positions. It has not been a great start to this race for the pro team. But William Granberg now trying to go around the outside. He nearly touches that sausage curb, which would have sent him absolutely flying. And in front of these two, Noel Hadche and Neil Berovitz, fighting for 10th place, continuing to trade that position. But here comes William Granberg down the inside and able to make a move stick on Cecilia Malaya up into 12th place. Behind them, also now Manuel Losbichler. Lara recovering from a bad start. Push, my friend. Ooh. Yeah, Lara. Currently down in 16th place. I think they started pretty high up. Our aim is just to stay out of trouble. Yeah, that is a good aim. Currently in first. No, not in first. Sorry, my bad. For some reason got you tangled up with Trackalicious. Yeah, currently in 18th place, which is good. You guys started last. Though you are under attack from Mohammed Irfan. He's trying to make up these positions. Why is ORL Academy team always doing better than the esports team? Well, maybe you guys should swap the teams' names around. Who is that? Andrew Shaw, I think. Having a horrible time outside of the Ascari chicane. Making a massive mistake, but here comes Mohammed Irfan round the outside. And can he do it on pure straight line speed? I'm not sure he will. But braking a bit later than Veal into Parabolica. And he's going to have a great exit out of this corner. And maybe even ahead by the time that they go to the line. I think Veal having the greater straight line speed in that Mercedes. But this move is going to be solidified as they come into the first corner. Mohammed Irfan going to be trying to brake much later than Veal, and he does so successfully up into 17th place. Good stuff by Team Techno. And in front of them, Lara and it looks like Timon Karstens making contact. Lara moving up into 15th place. Losing 4 positions on the start. Did we get delivery in early enough to see it on stream? Well, I think you did. It's just I'm a bit of a moron. But I did show it before the start of the race. It looked very, very nice, but this is what we're going to be seeing. And Andres Borcher is already a whole 3 seconds ahead of Lukjan. Yeah, gold is for winners, you know. So it's fine. Yeah, for sure next race. Gianna Coutinho having a great exit out of that corner, trying to go around the outside, now to the inside of the next corner. And it looks like Mika Razasa just blocking him all the way through, and hopefully this doesn't end in contact. But now Gianna Coutinho going to be round the outside into the second chicane, and he's not going to be making a move there. He might be trying to make a possible... Well, I was hoping for a switchback, but Adriano Coutinho just going a bit slower there. And making a massive mistake out of the first Lesmo into the second Lesmo he goes now. And I think he might have took it a bit better than Mika Rasasa. Adriano Coutinho still continuing his fight. As Manuel Losbichler also getting super close to the back of Cecilio Malaya. Side by side, actually, coming into Parabolica. Who's going to be braking later here? Well, Manuel Losbichler going very wide, though, missing the corner as a result of braking late. And Cecilio Malaya able to get that position back. But now the pressure's on. Manuel Losbichler. Will he brake later into the next corner? Can he gain enough time? And, he did have a look. You could see he weaved to the inside. But it's just not enough. He did not gain enough on the straight in order to be justifying that move. We can cut back to Adriano Coutinho and Mika Razasa. 2 tenths. 2 tenths. 3 tenths the gap now. Both driving in a Ferrari. So it is going to be more or less a matter of how much downforce you put into the setup. And it looks like Mika Razasa allowing a more low downforce car, whereas Adriano Coutinho might be running a bit more wing, maybe. Yeah, because he did go slower in the straight line, but now he is fully in the slipstream. Coming into the first corner, Adriano Coutinho, this is going to be one of his best opportunities to try and overtake Mika Razasa. Will he brake later around the outside, which is going to turn into the inside in the next part of this corner, but sadly for Adriano Coutinho, not able to do much there. Manuel Losbuckler still locked in this battle, still trying to get ahead. He did slow down a bit there. 5 tenths. Adriano Coutinho just trying to pull his way up. I think Adriano Coutinho with M Silva, so that is not the team that finished second in the last race. I think the team that finished second is Rodrigo Lara, who's currently running in 15th place. And they didn't even have too well of a qualifying start at all. Adriano Coutinho, what happened there? Making a massive mistake out of Parabolica, losing a ton of time. And that is going to try and bring Luther Schindler into this battle as well. As now he's going to have this straight line slipstream advantage. And it looks like car 43 of Nichita just did get a 15-second penalty for colliding with Yakov, the number 12 Ferrari 296. I think somebody did say that in chat, that somebody got killed by Nichita, so that is what happened. Lucas Peck, another Black Panthers car, currently running in third and trying to get himself up into second place. He's lapping way quicker than Luke Jan in the number 500 Ferrari. Camille Taha going very slowly out of that corner. Mika Razasa now going to definitely overtake him for fourth place. Can Adriano Coutinho possibly capitalize on this as well? As Camille Taha is going very slow on the straight, did not get any sort of momentum. Adriano Coutinho now on the inside, and I think that this move is pretty much done on Camille Taha, having a very poor start to this race. Ooh, Camille Taha nearly swiping. If he went a bit earlier, he would have definitely swiped Adriano Coutinho. But Adriano Coutinho now up into 5th place, which is good news for him. As Lucas Peck also continues to try and fight that battle with Lukjan. And Camille Taha, though, I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. Nearly making contact with Luther Schindler. Luther Schindler definitely having to take avoiding action to not collide with Camille Taha. And Luther Schindler now up into 6th place. I'm not sure for how long, though. Camille Taha trying to hang it around the outside of the 3rd corner here, which will turn into the inside for the 2nd chicane. Can he brake later here? And I'm not sure he will. He might make contact. I think he just backs out of it. Now Tom Bartelt is going to try and make a move on Camille Tarr as well. Camille Tarr falling a ton of positions from 4th to 7th in the space of one lap. And it's definitely the last thing that his team would want to see. Philip Balavender working super hard to try and get them up into 2nd place for the start, starting on the front row. And now all the way down to 7th place, with Tom Bartels chasing closely behind. And Lucas Peck now, by the way, this is the battle for 2nd place. Lucas Peck not lapping too quick, not much quicker than Lukjan, but he's able to just extract so much out of that car. The Black Panthers, I'm not sure what they're eating, what they're drinking, what their sort of style is, but so far their 3 teams have been pretty successful in this competition. You know, 2nd place in the first race. About to get 2nd place here as well, ahead of the guys that won the first race. And Hunter Striker saying that they are probably feeling the damage from the first lap collision. And yeah, they are down in 20th place now. Not the last Mercedes on the grid. I think that title goes out to Marcin Domansky in 23rd. But Lucas Peck, well, he's got such high pressure on his shoulders right now. And one of the VGTR eSport cars also getting a 15-second penalty. I think that is Leon Stapelfeld, Lars Bridenstine, and Eric Gazelle, or Giesel, getting a 15-second penalty for their collision with Andrew Shaw. But here comes Lucas Peck into the first corner. He's closer than he ever was before, looking for that inside. Will he brake later? No, he won't. You know, staying very calculated. He needs to make a very calculated move here in order to keep himself and the other driver alive for as long as possible and not get a penalty as a result of a possible collision. So good stuff by Lucas Peck and having the infinite amount of patience. There's Noel Hatcher as well, just trying to recover from his poor start to the race, falling 6 positions from his starting position. And just trying to get ahead of Tudor Nichita, who I think does have a penalty, so it's not too crucial for them to get ahead, but it's still nice, you know, the feeling that you are definitely quicker, as they are, lapping a whole 3/10 quicker than Tudor Nichita in that last lap alone, and well, not too quick compared to the other drivers. Lucas Peck still continuing his fight. Remember, he fell back a couple of tenths there. But Cecilio Malaya also making a move on William Granberg, who for some reason was going very slow. And now down into 13th place. Well done to Cecilio Malaya for getting that position back. And I think that is Andrew Shaw trying to unlap himself from William Granberg. And I hope he does so successfully, as what is William Granberg doing? Completely cutting or trying to squeeze him. Not sure if he saw him coming around the outside, but anyway, Andrew Shaw unlapping himself from William Granberg. It's Leon Stapelfelt now. Again, super close to the back of Phil Kranasios. Lucas Peck also 3/10 away from Lukjan. And now through the final corner he goes now. This is a part where he did struggle a bit, losing a bit of time to Lukjan. Coming into the first corner, he is about the same. He's doing about the same times as Lukjan. Down actually to the 2,000 separating these two. Though Lucas making a massive mistake coming out of the first corner. Fun fact. Our number 15 is on the right brake pads this time, I think. Wow, well, that is a relief for the Pro-Am team, for Tom Bartels, running in 7th place right now, by the way. Good stuff by the Pro-Am team. Even ahead of the Pro team. Not for the first time in the season. They have been ahead of their quicker team. Tom Bartels doing a great job. Go Peck, indeed. Peck is doing a great job here. 2 positions up from his starting position. And trying to make it 2nd place. I mean, they're just trying to drain everybody from the prize pool. I think in the end, Black Panthers might get all the $100 if they have a more successful races and more consistent races. They might be out there, because Adriano Coutinho also making his moves. He's up 4 positions and trying to get to Mika Razasa, which will put Lucas Peck and Adriano Coutinho right behind each other, the 2 Black Panthers, so they'll be able to dictate each other and able to help out each other. No, I think Adriano Coutinho is just a tad bit slower than Lucas Peck on an average lap. And I think this is one of the closest battles right now on the grid. Adriano Coutinho, yeah, going way slower that last lap, 49.6, and he's about a second slower than Mika Razasa. But I do think he had a shocker in that timeout. But here it comes. Adriano Coutinho finally starting to speed up and get much, much closer to the back of Mika Razasa. As Lucas Peck going a bit slow out of one of the corners. Noel Hache continuing his battle with Cheetah and the Cheetah. Adriano Coutinho. God, there's a lot of T's in people's names. Yeah, Adriano, that last lap, able to go a whole 6/10 quicker than Mika Razasa. Mika Razasa also having a shocker of a lap. And Adriano Coutinho now is closer than ever. 3/10 the gap. I doubt that he'll be trying to go for an overtake here. But he does break way later than Mika. And, oh, Noel Hache also getting super close to the back of Chidor Nichita, though I think Adriano Coutinho making a big mistake coming out of the second chicane, hindering his progress. Noel Hache moving up to 9th place ahead of Chidor Nichita. Good move by him. And by the way, if you are a driver or engineering a driver, here is the pit link, the pit wall to the race. And so if you want to see how people are doing, what sort of times they're doing, then this is for you. And Adriano Coutinho now only 2/10 away, and I sense that there might be an overtake coming into the first corner. Adriano Coutinho just trying to hang behind for as long as possible, get the most advantage of that slipstream, and now, well, he chose the wrong spot, I feel, to go round the outside. Good stuff by Mika Razasa for defending that pretty well. Now, Adriano Coutinho making a massive mistake, and Luger Schindler, he's going to be trying to capitalize on that, as now 2/10 the gap, going to be trying to go on the inside, which is going to turn to the outside after this second chicane, or after that corner into the second chicane. And Luger Schindler not able to take advantage too much of the mistake by Adriano Coutinho. Adriano Coutinho moving down quite a bunch of tenths, even losing, I think, 2 seconds to the back of Mika Razasa. As Chidor Nichita closing the gap to the back of Noel Hache, though making a massive mistake coming out of the first Lesmo. Chidor Nichita now 3/10. And that Ferrari, not sure why it's going so much slower than the Aston Martin of Chidor Nichita. Aston Martin, not the greatest car at all on this track. Chidor though making it work quite well. As now he'll be maybe going for an overtake. No, he doesn't. And what has happened with Tom Bartels, Luger Schindler, and Adriano Coutinho? They had a massive trade-off there. Tom Bartels nearly going up into 5th place, now back down to 7th. I hope that's just a leaderboard thing, a leaderboard bug, because I'm not sure. There's Lucas Peck now closer than ever. Heading into Ascari chicane. Luxian though covering off the inside very well. Lucas not having, the advantage given to him at all. And again, as soon as they switch over to him, he's going slower. Which, yeah, just a beautiful little commentator's curse. Tom had to take the runoff. Oh, okay. So he was actually up to 5th place periodically there. Now back down to 7th. because Peck 4/10 away from Lukjan. 3/10 away. Sadly, just not able to really catch up enough in order to make a move. These two are going at approximately the same pace, which is very crazy and very cool for this sort of race. You can see which track most people practice, though. You really can. Because Kyalami was a bit more spread out, and here everybody is, you know, fighting about the same pace. And the only thing that really separates the good drivers from the less experienced drivers on Monza is able to, you know, keep it clean. Let's just say that. Keeping it clean separates the drivers, because the more experienced drivers on Monza will know where the less experienced will try and go for the overtake, and they'll know where to defend correctly in order to keep both of the drivers alive, as Lukjan is showing, and Lucas showing as well, with him not attacking in every single corner, which is the sensible thing to do. Chicaneless Monza. Yeah, like, I guess a bit of like a Gran Turismo style chicaneless Monza. I have seen those sort of videos, but I think that would be just so much worse, because cars are trying to low as low of a downforce here, and if they go like 280 kilometers plus heading into what is the third corner, then it would be a death sentence. I've tried to do that. You just spin out. But here comes Adriano Coutinho now, finally as close as he ever was. But yet again, round the outside. I'm not sure he'll be able to make this move at all. And no, he won't. But he does have a better chance here at trying to make a switchback. And yet again, Adriano Coutinho getting a great exit out of that corner. 2/10. 1/10. Trying to go round the outside the long way, which will turn into the inside for the next corner, though I think Mika Raikkonen knows that, and he's blocking Adriano Coutinho from trying to make that move now round the outside into the second corner. Lucia Schindler loving this, so is Tom Bartel, so is Camille Taha, as these guys are just slowing each other down lap by lap, turn by turn. Adriano Coutinho is just having to, you know, multitask over here, looking into his windshield, looking into his rear view mirror, as he does have Lucia Schindler now as close as he ever was before. This is a nice little three-way battle for fourth place, all in the Ferraris, as you can see, and Lucia Schindler just looking for the inside and possibly trying to make a move, but, you know, being the more sensible driver, Adriano Coutinho making a massive mistake. Oh, and that is going to give Lucia Schindler the position, as Adriano Coutinho also making a mistake trying to come back onto the track. Oh, and that is such a shocker for him, as he's also going to get passed by Noel Hatcher and possibly even Tudor and the Cheetah. Oh, that is horrible stuff for Adriano Coutinho, the driver that was making up so many positions. Back down into 9th place. Yeah, it'd be pretty much Paul Ricard, indeed. While we were looking at that, though, Camille Taha has been slowly and quietly climbing closer to Tom Bartels. In the background, Noel Hatche also trying to close the gap between him and Camille Taha, which will bring again the two VGTR esport cars closer together, and yet again they will be battling in this race. And Camille Taha for a second there was very, very close, but now losing a lot of that advantage. 1.3 seconds away, and Noel Hatche, we can have a look on his onboard maybe. See how he is doing. He is lapping in the 48.5s, which would be quicker than 5th place and 4th place. So let's just have a look. Yeah, great little interior of that Ferrari, I have to say. I am loving the steering wheel, though. It is massive. That steering wheel is massive. And so is the steering lock as well on the car. It is about 1,000 degrees, which is more than I've ever seen on a GT3 car before. As Noel Hatche continuing his hunt. The only thing that I don't like about the Ferrari is the dash. Agreed, yeah. The dash just looks a bit too futuristic. It looks like they took the dash off the Ferrari Challenge car and slapped it inside of the new Ferrari 296. Which, to be fair, there is a lot of like similarities between the Challenge car and the 296. I'm not sure if many people would agree with me on that point, but sometimes I do get them confused as well. Well, it's a Ferrari, so I need to use all the 1,000 degrees not to spin out. Though, I will say, post-update, this car has been amazing. It's so stable, so quick. Absolutely nothing that can beat it, except if it's a Beamer on Monza. That is one hell of a car right now. But here comes Noel Hatche. 7/10 away from Camille Taha. He's been going about 7/10 quicker per lap. Lapping in the 48s. Camille only in the 49s. And when do we think Noel Hatche will strike and get back his positions that he lost in the opening lap? Three-tenths the gap now, heading into the first corner. He is not going to be making a move there, however much he wanted to. And by the way, Rodrigo Lara already coming into the pits. I'm not sure if it was a penalty of some sort, but they did go into the pits, and I do think that they even swapped the drivers. Yeah, they did. They got Liam Monfront now in the driver's seat. And Camille Taha making a big mistake out of the second Lesmo. And can now Noel Hatche possibly get alongside him coming into the Ascari chicane? Can he go down the inside? Oh, I'm not sure he will. And that is the safe move, not to make that overtake into the chicane. Though here comes Adriano Coutinho. He's fired up. He knows where he can be. He knows that he was fighting Mika Rasasa for that fourth place with Lucius Schindler and Tom Bartels. So he knows that he's got way more in his car than others may expect. There's Noel Hatchie now 2/10. And, well, if he doesn't breeze past here, he'll definitely be breezing past somewhere later in this lap. Now, ahead of Camille Taha before they even get into the first corner. But Camille Taha not liking that at all. And braking way later than Noel Hatche, getting that position back. And Adriano Coutinho will be loving this, as he can just sit back, relax, and hopefully see these guys either collide or either slow each other down. Yeah, the 296 is extremely stable, as I found. Yeah, it is super, super good. I do agree with that. But Noel Hatche, as I said, if he wasn't going to breeze past in the first corner, he's definitely going to breeze past somewhere on these straights. Both of them making a good exit out of that corner. And now down the straight towards the Ascari chicane, 3/10 the gap in the slipstream. And he didn't even gain any time. Very bizarre stuff as they come through the Ascari chicane, and he's actually slower than Camille Taha out of the Ascari chicane. Yeah, that's why this series is just an endurance Ferrari challenge. Yep, sure is. But so far, the BMW of Andreas Borchers leading the way by a whole 11 seconds. So it might be the Ferrari endurance challenge, but it looks like the Ferraris are not winning. Where is Andre? Where is Cryo? Where is Phil? Pretty much, where is Phil? Well, I can inform you that Phil Cryotheos is currently in 21st place with Dan Chase in the car. As Noel Hatche making a big mistake, and now that has brought Adriano Coutinho into this fight fully. And he's trying to go around the outside. You couldn't even see him for a second there. Yeah, Andy, or Andreas Borchers, is an absolute beast. Consistently setting 47s, and yet still a whole 55 minutes into this race, still setting quickest lap times. A 47.4. He's lapping about 3/10 quicker than Lukjan, and Lukjan still under attack by Lucas Peck, as they are doing about the same lap times each lap. 700's the gap. P17 is doing well to stay out of trouble. Indeed, actually, Vil. I'm not sure if he's even got any. Oh no, he does have damage. I remember that, but yeah, not heading into any. I haven't seen him in. Well, you know, as soon as you're not on stream, that means you're doing something well. Adriana Katina having a massive snap moment out of that corner. And as I was saying, if you're not on stream, that means you're doing really well. Or it means you're doing, like, extremely well catching somebody, but you know what I mean. If you're not on TV, then that means you are not being stupid. I'm supposed to be racing today, but currently heading to the hospital, so no race for me. Well, that is a shocker. Heading to the hospital. Ooh. I hope it's nothing serious, because we do want you back for the third race. Noel Hache, 3/10 away. Last time he was battling Camille Taha, Adriana Coutinho, nearly stole that position. Can Noel Hache get this position before that happens? And I think he's actually going to stick it. He's going to go for a move into the Ascari chicane. Now that is very ballsy by him. And sadly, not able to make it stick, but no contact either. And good show and good sportsmanship by both drivers. And Noel Hache now round the outside into the Parabolica corner. Adriana Coutinho is going to slip on the inside. And he might be able to make this move because, ooh, Noel Hache going onto that curb. And he's lost that position trying to get ahead of Camille Taha, but now Noel Hache just looks like even touching the back of Adriana Coutinho, heading into the first corner, nearly 3 abreast. I think they did make contact. Camille Taha now also under attack from Adriana Coutinho, heading into the first corner. Adriana Coutinho making a bit of contact and ahead of Camille Taha. Noel Hache also trying to slip by around the outside of Camille Taha, but that is a great move. By the way, where is Tyler, the owner of ORL, as Noel Hache now making a move on Adriana Coutinho, taking that position back. Good stuff by all of these drivers, and also bringing the Tudor and the Cheetah back into the race. Tyler is usually pretty active, I think. I wonder where he is. Ah, he's busy today, right? That makes sense. Sebastian Soltysik going for the move on Manuel Losbeckler, retracting that just a couple of seconds before heading into the corner. Yeah, really good driving by everybody in this race so far. And Hunter Striker saying that he's going to be in the car next, as it is going to be, well, actually, they are in the pits now. So we'll see what Hunter Striker 777 is going to be able to do in that Mercedes. And maybe even move themselves up a couple of positions. As it is about heading into the pit, the pit window for a bunch of drivers. There is still about 11 minutes on their stint timer left, but looks like everybody else is starting to come in. Camille Taha and Adriana Coutinho, Martin Demansky are some of the guys that are coming into the pits. Though I think the top 5 will be trying to extend their time as much as possible. Sebastian Soltysik. Oh, horrible stuff. And I think there was a mistake made by himself, and now into the pits he goes instantly. And so does Manuel Losbeckler. Now comes out, Vil came in. And who's going to be coming out for the Toga the Toga team, and I think that is going to be... It hasn't updated yet. It is George Stevens who has come out for their team. Yeah, not my best of stints, says Camille Tahar. Yeah, I do have to agree with that, sadly. Losing a bunch of positions on the start. Nearly being caught up in some action. But overall, you know, you still brought the car over to the pits. And that is a win. As long as you're still in the race, that is a win. There's your Schindler just trying to catch up to the back. Gotta lift when you feel the car shift. And Andreas Borchers comes into the pits. Ooh. And this will definitely set off some sort of chain reaction. But I feel like that is 8 minutes too early. At least in terms of stint timer. I'm not sure what their strategy is, because I know that a couple of teams will be just going to the stint timer, so that is in about 8 minutes. Most of them will be trying to come in as late as possible. But Andreas Borchers, interesting strategy by Trackalicious. We'll see if it pays out for them. And we know that they're the quickest team out there by a long shot. Ludger Schindler now. Just trying to go to the inside. Mika Razasa just blocking him completely. And I'm not sure Ludger Schindler is going to be too happy with that. He's trying to force himself to go down the inside. But he's forced to go around the outside. I'm not sure he's going to be too happy with that at all. As now that has brought Tom Bartels into this fight as well in the background. Also Noel Hatche slowly bringing that gap down as Andreas Borchers now comes out of the pits. As Sia Malaya also comes into the pits for their first pit stop. And here comes Lucas Peck into the pits now as well, the second driver out of the top 5 to be making their pit stop. As Ludger Schindler continues his battle with Mika Razasa. And Saseo Malaya, by the way, in the pits for a very long time. I think they might be fixing all of their damage as they come out the pits now. Actually, it wasn't too long of a pit stop at all. And by the way, Kyle Hampshire taking over the car from Andreas Borchers. We'll see what he's able to do. Lucas Peck getting passed by a bunch of people now as he's still standing in the pits. Neil Barovets now into the pits. Tom Bartels liking this little battle. He's in a three-way battle with Mika Razasa and Luger Schindler. This is for second place now, but it is not net P2, as Mohammed Irfan and Leon Stapelfeld now also coming into the pits. And there's approximately 4 minutes left on that stint timer clock. Probably less, because drivers will have to come in before it ends, otherwise they'll be getting a massive stop and go 30-second penalty. Three tens. Tudor and the Cheetah coming into the pits now as well. And look at this three-way battle. Absolutely stunning stuff. And yet again, the three Ferraris, all in the same machinery, doing a great job for their teams. Tom Bartels especially, starting way back, now fighting for 4th and 3rd place. And 2nd actually, as he makes a bit of a mistake coming out of that corner. But Luger Schindler here in a bit of a sandwich. As yet again, I have to say, having to multitask during a race is not the best thing. You know, when you have to think about where you're going, think about where the other person is going in front of you, check your rear view mirror, all of those things, it builds up, and if you don't know how to handle it, you will start to make mistakes, just like he did here. Luger Schindler making a massive mistake, and now that's brought Tom Bartels closer and closer to him, a whole 10th away, as he's now going to be on the inside, heading into the Parabolica. Will he be able to make himself 3rd? And will he be able to make this move stick? Yes, he does. And good job by the Pro-Am team. Up into 3rd place. But straight into the pits. And so does Noel Hatche coming into the pits as well. Mika Rezasa. Also a lot among those people to come into the pits. Now, I do think Tom Bartels could have, you know, been out there for just a little longer. Little longer. Gianni De Marchi now fighting with Tudor and the Cheetah, but mainly he's just fighting with a back marker of Marcin Domanski. As Gianni De Marchi just going on the outside. Both of them have made a pit stop, and now Gianni De Marchi ahead of William Box. William Box going down and down a ton of positions, and him and I think Mohammed Irfan making contact. And there is the stranded Mohammed Irfan. Actually, I'd love to see what happened. I hope it doesn't crash the game. Oh, look at that. Quick replay. Well, here is Mohammed Irfan. This is a replay of whatever happened between him and William Box. Heading into the second Lesman. Ooh, I'm not sure who's to blame there. Mohammed Irfan coming a bit too hot, but William Box also closing that gap a bit. Unfortunate events for him. We can go now to McKay Yagustin, who's only 4/10 away from Abe Santama, who's now been swapped into the car. And now Lukchin coming into the pit. So is Ludger Schindler. And we'll see where they come out, as Fernando Falco now in the car for the Black Panthers. Lukjan coming out the pits already, as Fernando is just there. Look, here is Lukjan, here is Fernando. And I fear that Fernando has, I'm not sure, maybe he is a bit slower than Lucas Peck, because he has now got a whole second gap between him and Lukjan. Lukjan not swapping to his other driver yet, as Ludger is now just about coming out the pits. Here is Philip Balavender, though, who is going to be ahead before they head into the first corner. Ludger is just trying to make a move on, and well, sadly for him, he's now going to be behind Ludger Schindler. Here comes Abe Santama and Pacholo Demano, both going to be trying to make an overtake on Ludger Schindler into the first corner. Pacholo Demano braking a bit too late and nearly having to use the escape road. Pacholo Demano, by the way, great stuff by him. Hanging on there in 6th place. Yeah, let's go Gianni. All the way up into 10th place now. I think he did gain a couple of positions. Yeah, he started in 17th, all the way up into 10th now. Behind them, Mateo Silva and Mikey Augustin trading positions. And there's Mateo Silva up into 8th place. Mateo Silva now. He is hungry for some blood, as now he's going to be trying to go to the back of Tim Kraus, as I previously called him Ludger Schindler. That is Matthias Kraus. And now he's going to be pulling to the outside, and I'm sure Mateo Silva has a much lower downforce setup, as now he's already ahead of Tim Kraus, heading into the Parabolica. Nearly called it a chicane. And now Mikey Augustin, 2/10 away from Tim Kraus. He's on the inside. I think Tim Kraus was a bit too late to try and block the inside line. And McKay up into 8th place. Good stuff by him. Oh, McKay going through the corner. He had to cut it. And is it going to be a drive-through by the game? No, it's not. I think he slowed down just enough for it to justify it as not a gain of time. Mohamed Irfan in a bit of a battle with Leo Monfront, the other Black Panthers car. It is the Black Panthers Bravo car. And there is also Kyle Hampshire just lapping both Mohamed Irfan and Leo Monfront, as Mohamed Irfan tries to get that position back from the Black Panthers car. But as we talk about the Black Panthers car, here is Matteo Silva, who is trying to make a move on Pacholo Demano. Can he get Pocholo Di Mano into the next couple of corners? Well, he'll be open. And oh, Matthias Silva making a bit of a mistake coming out of the Ascari chicane, going very wide, and I think even onto the gravel, losing a couple tenths to Pocholo Di Mano, but those couple of tenths are crucial if he wants to make an overtake and possibly challenge Abe Santama for 5th place. There's now Eric Giesel also getting close to the back of William Box, and I think he's going to be making a move before the Ascari chicane, and that is a pretty done move for him. William Box going a bit wider out of that corner as well, and losing a ton of time to the 992. That 992 looks very beat up. Matthias Silva, though, he's not giving up too easily. Continuing his battle with Pocholo Di Mano for 6th place. It is the Alpha car fighting the Pro-Am car. Into the first corner. I don't think Matthias will be even trying an overtake. He'll be just, you know, scouting out those possible positions, those possible spots where he notices that he's quicker than Pocholo, or where he sees that Pocholo is making mistakes. Now into the second corner. Yet again, Matthias Silva getting closer. But not close enough. And actually out of that corner, I think Pocholo made a massive mistake. And into the first Lesmo, Matthias Silva is already going to be in front. And oh! Pocholo Di Mano making a massive mistake coming out of the second Lesmo. Or out of the first Lesmo. Spinning out fully. That is the last thing you want to see. Yeah, rip, indeed, for the Pro-Am car for a bit. Though I'm sure they'll be getting back up to speed quite soon. When is rain coming? Oh, I doubt that there's going to be rain today. I hope I did not disappoint you, but there is actually a less % chance of rain today than it was last week, so... and even then, we got rain last week. No, I doubt we'll be getting rain at all. I think there is a whopping... Let me just have a look. There is a whopping 17% chance that there will be a mixed conditions, not even full wet, just mixed conditions, which means that it can just be overcast, or it can, you know, just turn fast or green for like a lap or two. But no, there is 0% that there is going to be a full wet or just a wet, yeah, a wet track at all. Out of the 1,000 sessions that this bot tested, only 2 came back as fully wet. So no rain expected on the horizon today. It's going to be a pretty sunny day in Italy. Cholo Domano losing that position to Tim Kraus, just trying to get it back now. To the inside he goes, trying to brake very, very late and missing the corner completely, though gaining the position and giving it straight back. That is what you should be doing if you do what Pacholo just did. Cholo Domano, though, not going much slower than Tim Kraus. I can even probably say that he's going quicker. Tim Kraus's fastest lap time only a 49.3. I think Pacholo's a 48.6. 48.9, apologies. Pacholo doing a pretty good job catching up to Tim Kraus as well. And now on the inside as well, into the first corner. And this time making it legal and doing it legally. Up into 8th place. Hello, TGSR Sarosa. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the race. Just having a bit of a quiet time, I think. My Linus Johnson is the closest man on the track right now to someone. Just trying to get that position away from Eric Gazelle. I think Linus Johnson, yeah, he is lapping quicker than Eric Gazelle on an average lap time right now. And Linus Johnson braking so much later. I think he even missed the corner there due to his late braking. And Dan Chase is now going to be in this battle. And he's actually going to be very, very close. Dan Chase, you can see on the back of the Ferrari. Ton of damage, still lapping pretty quick. Hello, great Gianna Coutinho. A pretty good start from you. That has to be said. Matthias Silva, though, also carrying the team up to 6th place right now. Yeah, indeed, it is a very good race of the Black Panther teams today. Running in 3rd, the number 3 Black Panthers car running in 3rd, and number 1 running in 6th place right now, with the lowest Black Panther car only running in 12th. So not bad at all. And good stuff. Yeah, let's go. Maybe you guys can... I mean, so far, not lapping too close to Lukjan. As Fabrizio makes a massive mistake coming out of that corner. And letting both Mohammed Irfan, Liam on front, and Gianni DeMarchi through. And even Andrew Shaw has now made the move. Gianni DeMarchi getting passed by Leo Monfront. And Gianni DeMarchi just trying to follow closely behind Leo Monfront. But I fear that he's got Mohammed Irfan closely behind him, who's going to be going for the inside already. As Andrew Shaw comes into the pits. And here is Mohammed Irfan on the inside off the next corner. And I don't think Gianni DeMarchi could have done much there to save himself. But he did get that position back for a smidge of time. Now Gianni DeMarchi is going to be left behind Mohammed Irfan for the time being. Making a bit of a mistake coming out of the second chicane as well. Very easy to make that common mistake. Andrew Shaw now going to be making a move on William Box. Rounding outside of the third corner. Or the second corner, however you want to call it. Good stuff by him. In the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. There is Tim Kraus. Yellow flag for him. Having to miss the first chicane. Not losing any positions, so that is fortunate for him. Let's go back to Gianni DiMarchi. As you know, Dan Chase, who's in a three-way battle here with Manuel Losbeckler and Linus Johnson. And look at that, Manuel Losbeckler just trying to get ahead of Paulo Fabrizio. Even before they get to the Ascari chicane, though, I think Paulo Fabrizio might not take that too easily. And for a second I thought he might have got that position back, but not doing that. Paulo Fabrizio even getting passed by Dan Chase. Hello, Tudor Nishita. The teammate of William Box. In the Aston Martin V8, the red Aston Martin. You can't really miss it. This Linus Johnson now also gets past Paulo Fabrizio. Paulo Fabrizio not having the best lap and a half here. As he's getting past left, right, center. Dan Chase now, chasing down Manuel Losbeckler in the Porsche 992. I just love that name. Dan Chase is chasing down Manuel Losbeckler. It is, in its own, a very perfect name for racing. And now, the chase might be over pretty soon, as Dan is going to the outside. And that straight line speed, even with the damage on the Ferrari 296, still absolutely extraordinary, as he's ahead before they even head into the first corner. And Linus Johnson also lining up his overtake on Manuel Losbichler. And on the inside of Parabolica, the tighter line, probably a bit better for the Ferrari 296, and it's showing here. Is now he's got the greater exit speed heading into the next corner. And he might be ahead of Manuel Losbichler now. Good stuff by Linus. Manuel Losbichler trying to come back at him into the second chicane. Not sure he was too close in order to make the overtake. Linus making a massive mistake coming out of the second chicane. As now down the inside, Linus Johnson yet again making the overtake on Manuel Losbichler, but now they're making contact. Now they're making contact. That is the last thing we want to see. And well, the race just starting to calm down a little bit. Linus Johnson now way ahead of Manuel Losbichler, as Manuel Losbichler is just trying to, is just making a bit of some mistakes. Yes, am I allowed to do a double stint? Yes, yes you are. If you wish to do that, then you can. I think a bunch of people are doing that already. I think Lugjan, yeah, he's one of the people who are doing a double stint, and he's not going to get a penalty. So if you wish to do that, you are more than welcome to. I should have done that. I did not realize, but thank you anyway. Oh, well. Yeah, for next time, you are 100% allowed to do double stints. And the stint timer is just so then you're forced to pit every 1 hour and 10 minutes. It's not that you have to change drivers every single time. Now back to the race. Leo Monfrom is getting very close, and I said that he was the last of the Black Panther cars. He's running in 9th. Here's very good stuff by him. He's about to get lapped though, I think, by Fernando Falco. And this is definitely gonna get... This is an intervention into their battle, as he's getting lapped by a bunch of people. Odyssey Boy is looking good out of the P21 downfall. Indeed, yeah. Dan Chase in 11th place. Gianni DeMarchi in 12th. So, right by each other's side. Oh, but yeah, a good recovery drive from them. Also, a good recovery drive for one of the Black Panther cars. I think it might have been... it was Latrica Lara who was all the way down. And that is P9 right now. They were all the way down in P17 at one point. Now... they are fighting for P8, so good stuff by them. A lot of great recovery drives today. Oh, Tim Kraus making a massive mistake. Absolutely stranded in the first chicane. Yeah, go Black Panthers. It is like a hypnosis of some sort, I feel. Leo Monfort, Matias Silva, and Fernando Falco in the track. On the track, yeah. Go, go, go. Is it okay if I don't drive today, or is there a penalty? I'm not sure there is a penalty if you don't drive today, so that is fine. Oh, you know what you can do? As a quote-unquote penalty, you can join me in the commentator's box. That is your penalty. Unless you need to go somewhere, then probably not. Mohammed Irfan. I'm dead right now. My cold just kicked in like crazy. Ooh. Yeah, that is not good. Mohammed Irfan chasing down Tim Kraus. As we're going to head into the second pit window soon for a lot of drivers. I'm gonna get something to drink and I'll see if I can join into the commentary for Camacho's stint. I'm gonna head off for my stint and see how much time I can recover. Well, good luck, Tudor and the Cheetah. So that is probably William Box coming into the pits quite soon. Now this has become a three-way battle. We've got Mohammed Irfan, Tim Kraus, and Dan Chase, who's currently getting held back a little bit by, I think that's George Stevens in the Mercedes. And Dan Chase into the pits as Mohammed Irfan trying to make this overtake. Not coming out too successful. But now he's going to be on the inside of the next corner, which sadly for him is going to turn into the outside of the second chicane, which is not where most people make overtakes, but he has done just that on the inside before heading into the second chicane and up into 8th place. not much happening on the track right now. I think we can even just have a look who's closer in terms of just being close. Here's Phil Crowd, Theos getting chased by David Walters, the teammate of Andrew Horsewood and Andrew Shore as well. Or is it Andy Horsewood and Andrew Shore? Something like that. William Box coming into the pits. That is going to be for Tudor and Cheetah. Very quiet race, isn't it? Glad that stint is over, says Daniel Edwards. Well, yeah, getting pretty hot out there in real life. Track is getting much colder though. Down from 29 degrees to 26 now. Yeah, I agree with Ben. Definitely have to prioritize your health over races like these, so 100%. I don't think he's going to be racing today. I hope he gets better though. As Kyle Hampshire now comes into the pits, so does Philip Ballavender. And we'll see who Kyle Hampshire picks as his next driver for Trackalicious. Kyle Hampshire comes out of the pits, having not changed drivers, I don't think. I think it's going to be a double stint for him. Oh no, it's not. It is Andreas Borchers who comes out of the pits. Well, there you go. Back to domination. As Philip also comes out of the pits, and we'll see who that is in a second. Still showing Philip. P1 and 2 are still on their first pit stop, right? Yep, yes they are. Don't you worry. So is P3. Yeah, P1, P2, P3 are all on their first stops. That is right. And oh, Yakov Linitsky and David Walters making contact into the first corner. That is not what they want. That is not what we want to see either. Here is Andreas Borchers coming across very Very suspicious Tim Kraus, who's just gone off into the first corner. And there comes Fernando Falco into the pits as well. As Tim Kraus yet again making a mistake coming into the first corner. Oh, Abe, and who is that he made contact with? That is David Dvorak. Here is Lukchan in the lead as of right now, doing about 48.1s, which is slower than Andreas Borscher's. Definitely slower than Philip. And just about lapping the the number 2 of Douglas Santos. And Abe Santama now into the pits. Pacholo D'Amano and Tim Kraus as well. That is their stint done and getting pretty close to the end of their stint time at 2. Lukjan probably has to come into the pits now. Go car 160. Car 160 is the car of David Dvorak, currently in 18th place. Nobody behind, nobody in front. Just kind of chilling out. And Lukjan in the pits. Andreas Borscher's only over here. When is Lukjan gonna come out? Abe Santama falling all the way down to 5th place. Well, now it's Noel Hache. And here's Andreas Borscher, so he is gonna overtake Lukjan for sure. Where is Gustavo Neves gonna be? Oh, he's all the way over here, not even in the Ascari chicane yet. And there comes Lukjan out of the pits now. What has happened to Micha Baliki? Cannot even see what has happened to them. Moving very, very slowly. Maybe they have run out of fuel. Oh no, did they forget to put enough fuel into the car? And now they have to roll back to the pits. Oh, this will be horrible if this is the case, and it looks like it is. Latecomers could make overtaking easier. They're disputing curves with those who are one lap ahead. Sure, where is Micha Baliki? Still coming into the pit. So yeah, it did not add fuel, which is really weird. But that does give Gustavo Neves 2nd place and Philip Alavender 3rd with his fastest lap time as well. He's trying to catch to the back of Gustavo Neves as quick as possible.
And hello, folks. It's Ethan here reporting for the 6 Hours of Monza by VGTR Esports. Right now, we are watching Matt Reichel going around the track pretty consistently. I'm sorry, we are going to be on auto cam for a while, so I have no choice of what we're looking at. And right now, we're currently looking at Reichel here, driving the Porsche, and also driving for the RS1 team, as he goes a little bit wide there. I think we've actually moved on to someone else here. Must say, from last week, it is not who we thought would be in first place, just dominating. We actually have 4 shares in the lead while we are watching a battle between, who is that? The yellow Ferrari. Oh, there we go. Between Jay Weinberg and the Black Panthers Ferrari, I believe. Yes. The McLaren getting past pretty quickly there. Was a lapped car, so it didn't seem like there needed to be much of a fight for him. We have Neves, who's actually running away from Ballwinder behind as we start to watch the Ferrari of Silveira in 10th place, who is just ahead of, who is that? Horsewood. Although Horsewood is a lap down, Silveira is trying to catch up to Camacho in front, who is only ahead by a few seconds, I believe. Yep, there's about a 1.2 second gap between the two, although Silveira does have a 15-second penalty so in the future he will be worried about that. He's driving pretty well. It seems not making too many mistakes. Definitely looking good. Although he does seem to go a bit wide there. As we move on to the Porsche behind of Stapfeld, who is right in front of the Mercedes of Viorin. Although not actually a fight that needs to be watched, because the Mercedes is a lap down. What a beautiful car, I must say, too. I like the design. It looks very nice for Rutronic Racing. In 20th place currently. Next closest car that he can possibly try and make an overtake on is Domansky in the Mercedes in 19th place, 12 seconds up the road. Not looking like an overtake that will be made soon, but hopefully they can get something going and try and make it at some point. And now we start to watch the battle of one of our VGTR esports cars of Anthony Camacho going around the outside of Silveira here, going through turn 1. This is a very close side-by-side, leaving room for each other. Very respectful racing, and that's what we like to see. As Silveira may have gotten the jump on Anthony going into the next corner around the long right-hander, and the Lambo right behind starting to press on him, although the Lambo is a lap down. I think he does want to get past him pretty quickly. Camacho is going to be taking the inside line for this next corner, maybe braking a bit later. Oh, and he's right on his tail, but I don't think he's going to get him this time. He's going to just back off and let Silveira go. Now he's got to worry about the Lambo behind, too. I'm sure the Lambo will be trying to get past, and he doesn't want that. Silveira definitely starting to pull away, it seems, pretty quickly. Already 6 tenths ahead, although he does go a little bit wide into that corner. Camacho on a short chase behind. This is definitely really close to Lambo. I think might try to make an overtake move somewhere here soon. Maybe into Ascari. A dangerous place to overtake into, especially if you're a lapped car. If you make any mistake and get a penalty, your team is going to be devastated. Does not make the move. Camacho still trying to chase Silveira here. And that car does look a little beat up. Most likely taking damage from earlier on in the race. Continuing to watch Camacho here. Chasing Silveira down the main straight now. After going around Parabolica. Maybe he can gain just enough of a slipstream to get closer, but I don't think he's going to be making any sort of overtake into this corner. Camacho does stay behind. Ooh, maybe braking just a little bit too late, putting him offline. He's going to take the position, but I think he will most likely be respectful and give it back as he does. Very good idea, as he does not want to take a penalty from anyone. Camacho doing pretty good. Currently 9th position for the VGTR team here. Definitely looking like a good run for them after last week not doing the best, finishing I think 18th or 20th place. Definitely making a comeback today. Hopefully scoring some decent points for their run this season. As we move on to the Black Panther car, number 3 of Neves in 2nd place currently, getting chased by Balloender with 1st place nowhere in sight, clearly ahead of the field. And we are now actually on to... Oh, what team is that? I can't ever remember. I think that would be the team of... Is that who I think it is? No, it's not. Oh, this camera's making it hard on me today. Changing lots of cars here. Watching one of the Black Panther cars. Going down the back straight currently into Ascari. And that's going to be the number 500 of Balicki we're looking at. Not defending or fighting anyone, just running his race completely fine. Seems to have already been lapped by 1st place. 1st place ahead by quite a bit, it seems. Getting chased down by the Black Panther car of Laura. Although Laura is a lap down on him, so I'm sure all he's looking for is to get unlapped and start pushing on for the rest of the field, trying to catch up to 9th and 8th place up ahead. Going down the main straight, hitting his braking point perfectly, taking that very nice. And Laura actually does seem to be getting a little bit closer every second that we wait here. Going around the long right-hander. Very nice corner. As it does seem like the gap is actually opening up now. Balicki not having to worry about Laura behind anymore. Only if we could switch to the battle between Neves and Balloender, as they're starting to get closer, only 2.5 seconds to the gap. But we still do continue to watch Balicki. And so far, this race has been pretty good. It has looked pretty clean and not too much to worry about. Although turn 1 did have one incident, and I think turn 2 also had an incident. Other than that, it seemed pretty clean. A few other incidents that have been looked at and reported accordingly. To move on to the number 77 Audi of the Team Techno car. In 12th place currently. With, is that 11th place behind? Very confused by that. I think that they're actually in 11th place, getting chased by 12th place of that Ferrari. As we're now onto the main straight, as looks like Anthony Camacho making, or the Porsche might be trying to make a move on Anthony Camacho there. Let's see. And he just gets past the Porsche. And it's, yep, that was made on Anthony Camacho, although it was just a unlapping move there. It wasn't anything to worry about for Camacho, not losing any positions on that overtake. Although I think he will still want to keep close behind and grab the slipstream on these straights and just keep moving along, doing good for his team. Camacho in 8th place now, out of 9th place. It looks like those braking boards have been destroyed for everyone on track, so that is going to be a hard braking point to hit every single time you're going through there. Camacho doesn't have really anything too much to worry about. Laura is plenty behind in 9th place, and the only person he has ahead of him is Silviera, who he doesn't seem to be gaining any time on it. It's probably just because of damage and old tires that he's on. So Anthony Camacho goes around Parabolica here on the main straightaway. Does have a lot more speed than that Porsche, although I doubt he will be catching up on the straightaway. As we are at the 2 hour and 53 mark of this race. Still a long time for these drivers to go. Track is on optimum. They are looking to have a clean race for the rest of this time and try and get as many positions as they can battle for. And I agree with the camera here. I do like watching the VGTR drivers go around, but surely we can get on someone who's actually having a battle, not just watching the two cars do hot laps. Maybe there's something I'm missing out on here, but who knows? There we go. As we start to watch the Odyssey racing car chase down the Aston Martin. I can pull it up here. And they are chasing down the Aston Martin, although it's not for any position. The Odyssey racing car sitting in 12th place currently, driven by Phil Singer, chasing down the Aston Martin of Nishita in 17th place of the racing team TW Motorsport. And they do have the Audi in front, R. Emmanuel, who I believe Phil Singer is definitely trying to chase down, only 2.5 seconds ahead. Surely if he can get past the Aston Martin, he will be able to catch up as we watch. Who is that going into turn one? Let's see here. That would be... Oh, it switched on me too many times. That's the Odyssey racing car again, chasing down the Aston Martin still. Believe he wants to get past and start chasing down Emmanuel ahead, although he's already gained 7/10 on him in this lap. And I think he will have a pretty easy overtake once he actually does catch up, and maybe even start to look to catch Krause up ahead. Going around the outside maybe. Well, I think he's actually just lining himself up for the run, and the Aston Martin actually dives in the pits, so not any battle necessary as he's starting to catch Emmanuel. He's doing almost 4 seconds a lap quicker, so I don't think he has too much to worry about. Emmanuel not going that much quicker ahead of him into the first corner. Perfect braking point. And he's already 4/10 up in that first little corner there. Under a second between the two. And Phil Singer's teammates must be cheering him on at this point. He has nothing to lose as my Amazon Alexa decides to just start beeping for no reason. And he's getting really close here. Almost brought it down to just a half second between them, and there it is, 5/10 between them. And I'm sure Emmanuel is not feeling too good. And wow, he's getting really close on the rear end of that car. Just 2/10 now. And I think he'll have him on the straight right here. Not really much to stop him from overtaking with that Ferrari speed. And I think the move is going to be down the inside here. And no move being made into Ascari. And look at that Audi. Looks very damaged. I'm sure that is the issue Emmanuel is having currently. And now side by side with him going into Parabolica. Around the outside is this choice of overtaking spot. Let's see what he can do here as Emmanuel defends, but not able to keep the position. Phil Singer now clearly ahead and looking to run off into the distance, I believe. as we watch the Audi that just got overtaken. Number 12 of Emmanuel in the Team Techno car. Don't think he has much to gain on the Ferrari ahead now after he got passed. So let's see if there's anything he can do to just keep his pace up as we move on to the 22 of the Lambo. I've seen has been involved in multiple accidents. Still running in 14th though, which is a pretty good position for them. Step fell behind in the Porsche. Just another lapped car though. I think he might try and unlap himself though. Get ahead of the Lambo here. Because I do think the Lambo of Horsewood is doing much slower laps than the Porsche. It's going to overtake into this turn 1 here. And there it is. The move. And oh no, that is so bad. That cannot happen. As the camera changes away.
Oh, that was horrible. I just saw that.
That is really bad. That is going to be reported, and that will be, I guarantee it, a hefty penalty on the Porsche there. You cannot, if you're going to be unlapping yourself, you cannot be hitting the cars you're unlapping to. Those cars are ahead of you by laps, and you cannot take them out. That will definitely be a heavy penalty, and will be definitely looked into by the stewards.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
That looked horrible.
What
was that? By the way, somebody redeeming.
I think what happened is the Porsche kind of thought he was ahead and just steered over to the left to try and get back on the racing line, and just ended up tapping him straight. Both of them in the wall, both taking damage.
Yeah, I think somebody redeeming in on board. If I can get off this autopilot and on to Philip, who's getting close to the Ferrari of Gustavo Neves, because Kyle Hampshire has come into the pits, and this will be, I guess, more or less a battle for first, which is always good to see. Where is Abe Santama? Oh, there we go.
Second and a half behind.
Third place for Abe Santama and Noel Hatche, so that's not bad for them at all. Even Anthony Camacho in 7th place. And where is... Well, Leon Stapelfeld only 17th. Yeah, unlucky stuff.
Absolutely. But I must commend the BMW has been doing absolutely astonishing this race, doing really well. Seems like a very strong car as we see. I believe that is Noel Hatche coming into the pits.
That is Philip Balavender.
Balavender. Yes.
Yeah, Carl Hampshire has been, and his teammate Andreas Borscher, both have been absolutely smashing it out of the park. 47.2 fastest lap time for them. They've been leading most of the race when they haven't pitted. And yeah, absolutely doing a great job. By the way, it might just be getting darker, but last time in Kiel Army, when there was this amount of clouds and this amount of, I guess, getting colder, there was rain. So
indeed.
We'll just see.
Right now, I'm not seeing any on the forecast, but it is always possible.
Yeah, I mean, last time both of us completely did not see the rain on the forecast, and then it just started raining as soon as it got to the last 30 minutes. We'll see though. There's only what, like a 17 or 13% chance for mixed conditions, so
something like that. Although right now I actually have the weather predictor pulled up, so I won't be so surprised if it does happen again. And right now it just shows for the next 30 minutes it's going to be cloudy and no rain in the future.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's the BMW still doing really good, up in 3rd place, chasing down Hatche ahead.
He doesn't even need to.
Gap.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't need to.
Yeah, because Hatche and Gustavo both have to come into the pits, so I don't think Kyle is too focused on them. He's just focused on, you know, gaining those times and preserving his tires as much as possible. just getting towards the end of this race.
Yeah. I must say, I actually did watch the beginning of this race.
Pretty clean.
Surprisingly clean. I was very surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
Surprised.
obviously there were a couple of collisions here and there in the first corner and the second corner, but not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a big congratulations to all the drivers who were able to stay clean and keep their cars without damage.
Yep.
I think it's actually looking much closer than Ilami did, as Gray went off the track there.
Yeah, and I think
Not sure what happened.
William Box also was going slow. Not sure what happened to him.
I feel like in Kailami, it's just one team ran away with it, but it seems we're having multiple teams trade positions and on the same laps.
Yeah, at least the top 3 are on the same lap, which is always good to see. Yeah, obviously Lukjan, or Micha Baliki it is now, does not have his teammate of Paweł Jerzybowski. He's currently racing in the 6 hours of Barcelona. But I think Lukjan did a really good job in qualifying, especially in the start of the race, keeping it in second. And yeah, starting pretty high up with a pretty good time. Sadly, I think as soon as they sent Micha Baliki out, they forgot to put any more fuel in, so they had to pit again. And yeah, it was not the best idea.
Mistake.
Yeah,
Cannot make that. That's because you go out for one lap, you realize you have 5 liters of fuel, and then you realize you're gonna have to pit in 2 minutes because you're not gonna make it any more than 2 laps.
They actually, I don't even think they had 5 liters. I think they had like 1 liter as soon as they came out of the pits, because he was crawling to the pits. He was going so slow, so not good.
Hey, you gotta hope you make it back in that situation, or else you're gonna have to call for the tow truck and have to sit there for a while.
Yeah,
and that's no fun.
No.
So we continue to watch this Black Panther car chase down Camacho, up in 7th place.
Right, that's
going for Ascari.
Gonna be a pretty easy overtake. I think he's had a brilliant exit out of Ascari, and Camacho, knowing that he's gonna have to come into the pits again, probably won't fight this one too much, and I don't think he did coming into Parabolica.
I think Camacho's probably due for some new tires and some damage repair. It seems he's been going pretty slow for a while now, getting overtaken by multiple people. Getting blue flags now from behind. Leaky wanting to get past.
Would appreciate a delta red out when P1 and P2 pit. Okay. Interesting. And raining on the front straight, question mark. I don't think it was. Still is not raining. It looks like it's raining because it's so dark and so cloudy. I can assure you it's definitely not raining.
And I think you're probably seeing it because you want it to rain.
Yeah.
Don't we all?
Exactly.
The interesting rain of Monza. That would bring some necessary chaos that we all love to see in our races.
Absolutely. And, you know, we tried to lower the... at least I tried to lower the rain chances for this race for the sole reason that it is Monza. And if we have rain at the start, which is a possibility here, we've had it happen in, I think, the last 2 seasons. Yeah, it just doesn't end well, does it? So,
well, for some drivers it doesn't end well. For others like me, it ended up great, and I took 0 damage and was able to go on to win a race.
Yeah.
So I guess it depends what car you're driving, because you don't want to be the car that gets spun around by the person you're competing in the championship with.
Oh, well, I wonder who you're talking about. Are you talking about Abe Santama?
Some experience. Abe has done that once here in the rain, spinning around the one person he's competing with, and his competitor just leaving because at that point, he really had no chance going from the back of the field.
Yeah, I mean, his car was completely totaled thanks to Abe spinning him around. But back to this. It does look like really, like, suspiciously, it looks really wet on the track.
Maybe a little bit of humidity absorbing into the concrete, but I kind of doubt that ACC has that physics model.
No, I don't think so either. But, yeah, really weird. The track is getting super cold as well, 22 degrees, and it's only, what's the time? 5:30. So I don't think it's supposed to be this dark or this cold looking, as Gianna Catino just going over the curve a bit too much.
Maybe a little bit of a cold front coming through. The driver's going to be worried about their tire temps pretty quickly here, because as soon as those tire tips start to drop, the pressures start to drop, so they're going to have to over-pressurize their tires on their pit stops and keep them as warm as possible, as he goes a little bit wide there, possibly losing a little bit of time for Blicky to catch up on this next straightaway. Gotta wonder. Silviera is the next person ahead of Coutinho here. 15 seconds ahead, but Silviera also does have a 15-second penalty. So that could definitely have a big effect towards the closing stages of this race if Silviera wants to keep the position they're in and they don't want to drop back. They're going to have to get a 15-second gap to anyone that they have behind, as Brintenstein comes to serve the drive-through penalty that they earned earlier for the crash on the main straightaway.
I do just want to have a look. Maybe it is raining on the front straight. Okay, no, it's not.
It really does look like it is, but I don't believe it is. What a perfect place for that McLaren to come out, right in between all these cars.
Let's see Filsinger. Filsinger is... Ah, there you go. Clayton Filsinger in 11th place right now. Only running, actually, a second away from Tim Kraus.
Oh, yeah. And it does look like that gap's getting closer as it kind of flashes back between 6 and 7/10. Doing it 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Oh.
Going to be, I think, an overtake this lap or going into the next lap.
That's Gustavo.
This is for the top 10, too.
Yeah. Gustavo Neves coming into the pits. So Noel Hatche will probably be next, as his stint time is about to run out. And you don't want to be stuck out there when your stint timer runs out. You get a massive penalty.
Yep. And once Hatche comes in, that's going to put Hampshire back into first in the BMW. And he's only 10 seconds behind Hatche, so he's going to have quite a gap to anyone else behind. Going to be pretty happy with that.
It's Clayton just beginning to look for that sweet gap to go into and overtake Tim Kraus for, as you say, the top 10. Pretty crucial position, I'd say.
Yep, and I think that Filsinger hopefully getting a better exit there, so that way he can try and make the move into Ascari, but it does look like he's a little far behind to try and do anything crazy there. Parabolica going to be his next possible chance, although he's going to have to get an amazing exit out of Ascari to be able to catch up like that.
Nah, you know what? I think he did. Because look at him catching and catching to Tim Kraus.
Yes. And there's going to be the inside move. And it doesn't even look like Kraus wants to defend, although maybe trying to get a better exit onto the main straightaway. Kraus going into the pits. So Filsinger didn't have to fight too hard, because he would have had the position either way.
And Richard Harkner predicting that pretty well, saying he gonna claim 10th right there. Well, he did. And then Tim Kraus went straight into the pits, as Noel Hatche also comes into the pits. Maybe we'll be swapping to Abe Santama, we'll see. I think they will also be behind Gustavo Neves. And
9th, 10th, 11th are all in the pits right now. Getting passed by 12th currently. So that's interesting that they all decide to pit on the same lap and are going to all come out, you would hope, somewhat close, but it looks like 12th does have a way longer pit stop than 11th did. Tom Bartelt, who's now driving.
Here is Manuel Losbichler, and here is Felipe Silveira, so pretty close together. Felipe Silveira just doing his pit stop. Manuel Losbichler was trying to gain that position.
Yep,
and he still might.
There.
Oh,
Silveira is out of the car. Barovet's now in the car.
There we go.
Yep, just now changed. So Losbichler is definitely going to be closing this gap and trying to overtake Barovets as he just gets in the car and may not be warmed up quite as well. And all the while, they have Neves pressuring from behind, wanting to get past and try and get closer to Hampshire in first. What a beautiful train that is as Barovets closes that gap really close. Oh, looked like he wanted to overtake into Ascari, but just backs off, thinks better of it as Neves goes down the inside and has the position done for. Gets past him.
Yeah, and this is going to interrupt their battle quite a lot, since I think Neves is going to get past Barovets here pretty easily, not going to be wasting his time at all. And now Losbichler has lost that advantage, lost that time advantage.
Well, he's getting a lot of it back through this corner. Almost 4/10 gained just through Parabolica. And I think this is where the Porsche will be losing most of its time, is on this main straightaway. While that Ferrari has the tow, the Porsche is struggling behind, not having such a high top speed. I think Barovets is doing anything he can to stay in that tow right now, as Barovets is going to make a move around the outside, giving himself the inside line for the next corner.
He might even get it done before the second corner here. No, he won't. Into the second chicane. He's braked pretty early compared to Barovets. Barovets nearly outbraking himself.
But he definitely got past there. I think Barovets, yeah, with that outbraking, he went a little bit over the curb and a little bit into the dirt and didn't have much of a chance of defending from Losbichler. I think he's now going to just start running away with that position. And hopefully Barovets can keep his pace up, because I don't think he wants Bartels being able to catch up with that 11-second gap. Neves pressing on too to catch Hampshire.
No, I'm not sure it'll be enough, since Neves doing 49.2 that last lap. Granted, it will probably be a 48.7 or a 48.5, but Kyle doing a 47.5, that is... yeah, that is just unbeatable.
Definitely, it's getting a lot darker a lot sooner than I thought it would.
Yeah.
I think it may just be the cloud coverage along with the sun starting to go down, but man, it is looking dreary out there. Not looking like a happy day at all.
Yeah, and the temperature's just completely plummeting. It was 22 when I just last saw it. It was 21 now. It's only been about 10 minutes since I last checked. So we'll see. As Steven says that their car got spun. I think that is Vurennen in the number 160, running in 21st. As Barovets does some nice little front flips, whatever that was.
I will say, for all those Americans out there that don't understand the European way of talking about temperature, it is 70 degrees on track, which is pretty cold for tires that you want to keep around 80 to 90, 100 degrees.
I mean, clearly the game clearly says 21 degrees, so I don't know what you're talking about.
70 of the American finest units of Fahrenheit.
Do you know what Do you know what like speed they're going at right now? Look at that. 220, 240, 250 kilometers per hour. What's a kilometer?
What is a kilometer? I only know miles, and that puts him at about 100, I think 70 miles an hour, 180 miles an hour, going down those straights.
I wonder how much he weighs. Maybe he's just a couple of... I think he's about a ton, right? These cars, maybe 1.3 thousand kilograms. Who knows?
Yeah, I cannot do the transformation from pounds to kilos. That's a little too complicated for my American brain.
I thought I'd catch you out on one of these measurements.
Yeah, it's just not going to be able to give me. How many stones? That's also a good question. If you can measure their weight in stones, I'd be very impressed, considering stones are 2.2 pounds to kilos. So that's about, what do we say, like 2,800 pounds, almost 3,000 pounds, a ton and a half.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah. And it's looking like Loblicher here has really started to stretch that gap.
No.
It doesn't have much of a fight anymore.
Micha Baliki now also coming into the pits. Not sure if this is a scheduled stop.
Yeah, with Brendenstein right behind in the pits.
No.
Well, Brendenstein much further down in the order. Don't know what happened with them. They usually have a pretty good pace, and their lap times are actually really good, doing 148s. Just, I don't know what happened, but all the way down 20th position, about to get dropped down to 21st as Vorinen is passing him on the main straightaway right now.
Yeah, that is officially going to put them in last place. Not good. Ooh!
Not good at all.
That Mercedes nearly plowing straight into the back of Michael Malajek.
You shouldn't be having your own. This is race wars at this point. It's two Mercedes fighting each other.
Yeah.
You don't need to hurt your brother in the arms, you know?
Absolutely, especially when they're a whole lap ahead of you. Maybe even, what's that, 2, 3 laps ahead?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Definitely shouldn't
That's
be doing
not
whatever that is.
It's not a nice penalty hitting someone 3 laps ahead of you. Especially when your Mercedes already looks like the hood's about to fly open and block your vision.
I mean, that's just any Mercedes, isn't it? They just always look broken.
It's very true. And not cheap to repair either. Oh, and he goes a little bit wide, Malajek does. And yeah, Mercedes is looking beat up. Not seeing the best of days.
Luke Jan also catching the back of this little group. And he'll be hoping to get past them quite quick.
And that's the Ferrari of and Kyle Lamy, who just kind of dominated. No one ever came close. Not doing so well today, but in 5th place, which is still a really good position to finish in. Just not the first place that they were hoping for.
Now, George Stevens actually saying that they can't see that damage on their pink Mercedes, so... Yeah,
ACC needs to fix that.
Yeah.
I've been saying all these cars have damage, and they always respond that they don't have any damage. So it's impossible to tell.
Is there gonna be rain? No. I'm kind of hoping for rain, but kind of not hoping for rain as well, because I want people to, you know, not die. But I also want action.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, 2.5 hours with this type of cloud coverage. I'm thinking there's some rain somewhere in there. I'd be really disappointed if there wasn't any rain thrown in.
It was such a low chance. Could there even be rain? Who knows?
Oh.
But I think this might be the quote-unquote mixed conditions that the predictor was telling us. More or less overcast, getting very cold, but not raining.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
The Mercedes going really wide.
Now they're going to try and make
That's
it
gonna
3
create a
abreast.
3 wide. Going into Ascari as the Lambo just cuts off the Black Panther Ferrari.
What is that? That's the Black Panther Ferrari. That's number 3. They're running in 2nd place. They need to get a... They definitely don't want to be stuck behind all of these guys.
Well, it doesn't seem like they have much of a choice. The Lambo defending very fervently against him, taking the inside line going into this corner, although it looks like he sees the position finally. Just 24 seconds behind Hampshire. That's a whole pit stop. Not a whole pit stop. It's a lot longer or a lot shorter than a pit stop. Which means at any point, if Hampshire takes any severe damage and has to make an extra pit stop out of nowhere, could be Nevis's position.
Also, Abe Santama lapping a whole 5 or 6 tenths quicker and lap than Alexander Gray. He's only 8.2 seconds off. And we could see possible switch for positions. This will be for 3rd place. So we'll see.
Yeah, but that is a pretty big gap between the two. Abe, I think, 8 seconds, almost 8 seconds, 7.7 seconds behind. It's going to take a while for him to catch up, if he does.
No, I don't think he will anymore, as Alexander Gray made a massive mistake coming out of the first corner. And you can see Abe Santama in the background. I don't know what. It said that Alexander Gray was going slow. Then he didn't.
Well, he definitely lost a few tenths, but not a whole lot. I think it was 4 tenths that ended up being lost. But now Gray seems to be going slow as the time tumbled and then started to climb again.
Yeah, Gray not having the best time out there. Abe Santama though, lapping 48.0 compared to Alexander's 49.3. He's definitely on a mission.
I definitely love the VGTR livery there. Looks good on that Ferrari. Camacho did a wonderful job getting them transferred over.
Yeah, it looks great on every car, I think. Except the 992, which we don't have yet, so we'll see how that works out.
And the 992 being the most beautiful car in the game, I can imagine what the livery will look like. Ooh, as Abe gets a little bit slippery there. And the weather now is showing that it's not just cloudy, it's suns with clouds. So I think that means the clouds are going away.
Aww.
We have someone in chat asking why the brake pads on the rear have stopped working properly.
That's probably
Not
because
sure.
you switched to... If you're running brake pads 4 or 1, then you're screwed for this race.
Yeah. Brake pads 4 will work about for 3 of your laps, and then all of a sudden you're not braking anymore. Brake pads 1 work about for, I think, up to like 3 hours, is it?
Yeah, yeah. So you're gonna have to switch your brakes in the next pit if you know, if you wish. I did run a whole race on a whole 1 hour race on brake pads 4, so it's not like your car will completely stop braking. It's just you'll need to brake a lot. And there you go. Actually, yeah, the sun is fully out, like fully out. You can see it's not that dark at all anymore.
I think that's ruined our chance of the rain. Mixed session very quickly over.
Yep.
The track is going to start heating up, especially with this direct sunlight on it. Tires will be working better again.
Or not, by the way, because a lot of hot laps are actually set in the coldest conditions you can do. So I don't know. Maybe it will work probably better because they put the pressure ups. Put their pressure up so then it works in the hotter conditions. But overall, I think the colder conditions are probably better for the cars. Don't know. Just in my humble opinion.
I can imagine for the colder conditions, it's mainly for the engine. The colder the air, the more dense it is, and the better power you're getting out of your engine. But for your tires, I don't think it's any better.
Look at him trying to flex his school education.
That's just a simple car knowledge fact. I mean, why do you think cold air intakes exist, alright?
I know. Do you also know why my teammate TC is not working properly? It's not letting him accelerate even on TC 0. That I don't know.
I like his comment there. He needs to box. It does sound like something's wrong with the car and does need to be fixed.
Ah, Veal not being able to. He's not. Wow. No contact to Veal from George Stevens. He needs to box. Yeah. Interesting.
Seeing Abe has actually caught up a lot of that time. He's only 4.2 seconds behind now from 7.7 from earlier. And like Gutino just ahead. Definitely needs to get past him if he wants to have any chance of catching Gray by the end of his stint.
I just want to have a look at what this guy is using.
Is that?
I think
TC 0, ABS 0. What is that?
ABS 4, but TC Pro's on 8.
8.
Let me just have a look.
Doesn't seem very normal.
That does actually seem fine. The TC cut is fine on 8. It probably won't cut too much into your time, but I don't know. Yeah, not letting them accelerate fully. Not sure. Running on TC 0 though. Might just be due to the tires, I'm not sure. You guys haven't pitted in a while. Oh wait, no. No, their pit strategy is fine. I'm going insane.
So now you're just making stuff up.
Yep.
It's the copium.
They're
Trying to help him.
Yeah.
It's not looking like too many other drivers are all that close.
Yeah, just Abe Santama catching to the back of Alexander Gray. See what he's able to do.
Oh. And Neves in second place is not gaining any time on Hampshire in first. In fact, it looks like he's actually losing time, even though he's doing 48 or 148s. Yeah, 148.6 on his lap just now.
Adriano Coutinho gonna get the blue flag. Abe Santama coming through.
Coutinho's not going to slow down at all for Abe. He's just going to hold his line and let Abe make the move whenever Abe wants to make the move. Smart decision.
Indeed, indeed. As Veal now finally comes into the pits, looks like his teammates were able to contact him.
Look at that Marshall waving the blue flag furiously. Abe might try and make it here.
Ooh.
Oh, and what a dive. Makes it fine, though. And Gray is only a second and a half ahead as he gets ahead. And from the looks of it, with Abe's lap times and Gray's lap times, I don't think Abe has much to worry about in terms of overtaking. Almost 2 seconds difference between the lap times.
It's going to be too easy for him.
And who is letting Abe drive around like this? It's too quick.
Well, I wouldn't say he's too quick, though. He is the quickest driver on the track right now. Kyle Hampshire only doing 48.2. Though I do think he's on older tires by about 10 or 20 minutes. We'll see. You know what's a big bummer though? The Miami Grand Prix is gonna start in exactly 2 hours, and this race ends in 2 hours and 13 minutes.
I mean, some people say it's a big bummer. Some will say they don't care because they don't care about F1 and it's going to be a boring race, most likely.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, Max Verstappen starting... Spoiler alert, by the way. Starting 9th, yeah. And with Charles Leclerc bottling his qualifying, starting in 7th. I think that's going to be a pretty good race, especially with Alonso starting in 2nd and Magnussen starting in 4th. That is... It's just one hell of a race. And Hamilton in 13th. That is something.
Yeah, you gotta wonder what happened to Hamilton, honestly. The pace was not there during qualifying. Is he washed? I think it's a question everybody's asking. Most people say not because he is a 7-time world champion, but I think it's a funny idea to say he's washed, as Santama is right on the back of Gray going onto this back straightaway here. I think this is going to be moved on into Ascari.
I'm sure. I think it's a bit risky to make it into Ascari. I think he will be just waiting. No, he won't.
But it is Abe.
Abe is not going to make it. Okay, good.
Not going to make it happen. Now, after taking that line through Ascari, he's a little bit behind going into Parabolica, so no move going to be able to mate there. But I think Abe will probably have a really close overtake going into the first corner. Hopefully doing it cleanly. We know what Abe is like going into T1 at Monza.
Now come on, Abe. Prove us wrong.
I think he's going to be around by the time he even gets to turn 1, so it shouldn't be much of a worry. Although there's someone coming out the pits right in front of him.
Yeah, I think that's...
Go straight on.
Yeah, that's the Andrew Horswood. And oh, Alexander Gray right in that curb. That is job done. 3rd place. Yet again. For Abe and his team.
And Abe getting past the Lambo really quickly there. Putting it right between him and Gray, so Gray has no chance to come back. And Coutinho behind, really starting to not have fun, I believe. I think he wants to get past and start making time up instead of sitting behind these people and losing all his time.
I definitely want to get past as well. If I'm doing 49.0 and Alexander Gray is doing 49.8, there's no way I'm sitting behind. So
I think the Lambo's going to let him past. And wow, I think he might try to make the unlapping move. No, he doesn't. He backs off. But Coutinho definitely is hungry for that that unlap. Because I believe he's only a lap behind. And we'll want to try and catch up to 5th place, wherever 5th is at.
I mean, 5th is 47 or 46 seconds in front. Lukjan in front, setting about 7/10 a lap quicker than Adriano Coutinho. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure he'll be able to do much. There we go.
Down to the turn 1. Very cleanly done. Not hitting him and gaining a drive-through penalty for hitting a car that's a lap ahead. Gray looks like he's coming back at him, going around the outside in the next corner. And now, with Gray, or not Gray, Coutinho ahead, he's going to start putting the lap times he wants to. As I scroll around here, still no one all that close to each other. 13th and 14th are close. Augustin just 3 seconds behind Emmanuel.
14th.
He's definitely going to want that position. Every position in an endurance race like this counts. You know, it may not be raining here at Monza, but it is thundering outside of my house currently.
Huh. Texas. Thunder.
In Texas, yeah. And you know, Miami actually does have a chance of rain today.
Well, I think you showed me, but it says there was going to be raining like every single day. I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Miami has that going on, but
it would be cool.
But I am very deeply sad about the fact that it's just starting to get brighter and brighter here at the race at Monza. I did want to see some rain changing it up a little bit.
Yeah, it's not getting warmer, but it is, yeah, brighter as we head into the final couple of hours of this race.
Yeah, almost at the 2-hour mark. Augustin's closed the gap up pretty well, only 1 second and 2/10 behind, and he has Loblicher behind to worry about trying to overtake and get past. And actually, the Porsche did get by and puts himself right between the two people who are going to have a fight at some point. Now it's looking like their fight will be a little bit elongated. I think Augustin is probably a little bit upset with that. He wanted to catch up to the back of Emmanuel, especially since Emmanuel doesn't seem to be putting in the best lap times ever, doing 151.4s while Augustin is doing a 49.7. And it looks like the Porsche has actually gotten ahead of Emmanuel, and that gap's closed really quickly between Augustin and Emmanuel going into Parabolica here. I think Augustin has this move made into turn 1. That Audi seems to be going pretty slowly around the track at the moment.
Yeah, it is weird, because I know both Emmanuel and Mohamed Irfan to be quite quick drivers. Really weird to see them struggle so much. As there goes Augustin, already ahead before they even head into the first corner, so we'll see.
Yep, and that was just an easy move for Augustin there. Now just on his way to drive down the road, has no one ahead to really worry about, no one behind to really worry about. Unless that Audi can all of a sudden gain a few seconds in pace and try and pass, as Tom Bartels went straight on at turn 1. Don't know what happened there, but that puts Barovets a lot closer behind. The gap dropped from I don't know how many seconds to almost 3.5 seconds now between Tom Bartels and Barovets. And it continues to drop now down to 3 seconds. Does have Fabrizio in between as a little blockade. Hopefully Fabrizio realizes that he's in between two people who are fighting for position and doesn't block Barovets too much. You know, it's actually funny. My dad messaged me earlier. He said, "Good job, got that right," after we talked about the cold air and the engines.
Oh, really?
Apparently really proud of me about knowing how cold air works.
Well, there you go. Making your dad proud.
Yep, and I didn't realize he was watching the race today, but hopefully he's enjoying it. As it seems the action has calmed down a little bit here.
Now, you know what? Your family should make an exception. I don't know what you do in those first 3 hours of the race, but they should make an exception as Barovets. That was
a
cheeky.
tricky move right
Yeah,
there.
what the hell? They should make an exception. You need to come in the first 3 hours, so then you can commentate all the chaos. Because I feel like you get the bland, more or less dull meat. So
I don't mind it. I do not at all. And hey, for that 12-hour race coming up at Spa, right? It's a 12 hours of Spa. I mean, it starts on the Saturday. I'm gonna be there for the beginning.
It doesn't start on Saturday.
What? The 12-hour races start on Saturday, right?
No.
And why does the SimGrid page say that? What are you
no, it
on?
doesn't.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go look and prove you wrong then.
Okay.
'Cause now you're just lying to me.
I'm not lying to you.
VGTR Endurance Championship Season 1. Once it actually opens up here. For races shorter than 12 hours. Wait, okay. No, it's somewhere on here. I know it is. Wait, it really doesn't start on Saturdays? Oh.
Yeah, because it starts at 10.
Which is like 5 a.m. for me.
Yeah.
I swear I read somewhere that races would start on Saturday if they were that long.
No, it's only the 24-hour that starts on Saturday.
Oh. Well, either way, I'll be there for the beginning of the 12-hour race and dip out for the middle of it.
Let's go.
And then for the 24-hour race, I'll definitely be there for the beginning at Watkins Glen.
Which I might or might not be driving.
I haven't decided if I should try and drive for that one, but if anyone needs me, I guess I'll hop in the car for a little bit.
Absolutely. And I bet anybody would love to have the AM runner-up for Season 8, who might be in the future AM champion. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't like to reminisce on the past. It's happened twice now. Finishing second in the championship.
Well, I mean, both times you... Well, I mean, no. The first time you had Rogerio Santos, who was, I mean, insane.
A blazing bullet through the field.
And the second time you had Limpar Bertold, who you actually fought pretty closely behind, so... And in the end, you weren't too far behind.
Yeah, Silverstone just did not turn out to be that great of a race for me.
No, it didn't.
Man, there's absolutely no one all that close to each other at this point.
Yeah, it seems like
Lots
Neil,
of people on the same lap.
even Neil making, like, being a bit bored, you could see, because he keeps on shaking his car on the straight, and I'm not sure why, when he goes a little wiggle.
Maybe just trying to distract Coutinho behind, even though he's not fighting Coutinho. Coutinho gonna make the move down the inside going into turn 1 though. I wonder. Coutinho has those lights on, but Barovets doesn't. You gotta wonder why.
Well, the rear lights, or
No, the front ones. See,
oh,
Coutinho has like all of them on, you know.
Coutinho also has the rain lights on. I think it's the Matas way. Matas has his lights on, like all of his lights on, and it kind of works. So,
or it doesn't. From, I mean, the Matas way is also spinning out and
no,
crashing other people out a few times, you know.
yeah. Ooh.
Behind. Seems like Gray and Jod back there are just having lots of fun battling each other, even though it's not for position.
Oh yeah, it's like a little bit of a train over here.
It's nice. Seems like their pace is all pretty similar because Jod is falling really close behind Gray, although I think Gray might get Fabrizio here, as Fabrizio, I think, just slowed down for him instead. Oh no, he's still ahead. My dad now saying, let me know if you need a guest lecturer on cold weather thermal efficiency.
What?
He is an engineer, so he does know quite a bit about how things work like that, but sounds like he wants to make the race, everybody watching the race, go to sleep.
Yeah.
With that sort of lecture.
Thermal. You kind of lost me as soon as you said thermal something weather, cold weather.
Yeah. Cold weather thermal efficiency.
Wow.
The whole mumbo jumbo of words, as Fabrizio has Williams 1 second behind, both in the Lamborghinis.
Yeah. Pull it up. There you go.
I haven't seen Williams in quite a bit, so I didn't realize he was this close behind.
Yeah, Williams has been quietly moving up the grid, moving up and catching up to Paulo Fabrizio, doing about 2 seconds a lap quicker than Paulo Fabrizio, so should be a pretty easy overtake for him.
Yeah, Williams definitely does seem to be catching quite quickly, doing 150.2 as well. Fabrizio's doing 152.6. And wow, getting really close in Parabolica there. I think this move can be made on the straight, but that Lambo is really going to have to pull that gap closer to try and get there by turn 1. Oh. Ooh, that was very close. It does seem like a lot of positions are actually getting a lot closer. Barovets and Jod 1.8 seconds. The gap. I do like to continue to watch this Williams fight, because Williams is definitely putting on the pressure. Yeah, I think Williams will probably have the move into this next. Lesmo? No? Ooh. Fabrizio going a little bit wide there. Might have to make the move down the straight into the Scari chicane now. Dangerous place to overtake, but I mean, if you can do it, you can do it. I'm not going to make it this time. And Barovet's tumbling down the order. I just realized Barovet's went off at the Ascari, and that Ferrari is really messed up. That's going to have to be an instant pit stop for Barovet's down in 11th place. It almost looks like the Ferrari is crumbling as he drives around. That bumper's coming off. But we will continue to watch Williams and Fabrizio have their little battle, doing pretty similar lap times now, although I think it's just because Williams is getting slowed down by Fabrizio. I think Demansky got a drive-through penalty for something. I assume it has to be track limits. I don't think he's been in any trouble recently. As Barovets does go into the pits for that damage that he caused going into the Ascari chicane. Gonna allow Reichel to get past in 12th place, moving up into 11th. Lara in the pits also. Williams just not able to get past Fabrizio. Got to be a tough one to fight, considering you're right there, and so tempting to have that position, but you just can not get it. As Abe Santama and Tom Bartels are one in front of each other. Very nice sight to see the two VGTR Ferraris.
Ooh, Williams though. That switchback, that was good.
Yeah, finally making the move after a few laps of sitting behind. I think that's going to be move done unless Fabrizio has any sort of attack left in him. Do you know how many drivers we actually started this race with, or teams?
24.
24? Down to 20 now, I think. We lost at least one of the Porsches. Has to be at least two of the Ferraris, I assume, because that is the most common car on the grid. Even though Artemi decided to say we have a very diverse grid today.
I said at the top 5.
The top 5. Oh yeah, it's really diverse.
Oh, it is more diverse than last time. It was like it was Ferrari, like a Porsche and a Ferrari. Now it's a BMW at the top, then Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. I'd say that's...
man, Barovets has really suffered from that crash his last lap. He crashed at Ascari and had what seemed to be like a few minutes of damage, because he's all the way down to 15th now and lost a lot of positions.
Oh yeah, that was a 100-second pit stop for him, I think. So yeah, not ideal.
And his team are definitely going to be a little bit upset about that one. Looks like most everyone has kind of spread back out now. Closest people still being Williams and Fabrizio there. Hampshire still just absolutely flying away with this race, 30 seconds ahead of any competition. And I will say, I love the BMW livery. It's very nice.
What, of Hampshire?
Yeah.
Would you like to have a look at how I can see it?
That's the same way I'm seeing it, but I did see the oil spill version of it, which I think is very good looking.
Yeah.
Although this version is not bad at all either.
Yeah, I mean, it's also very fitting, because gold is for winners, and, well, it looks like they're pretty comfortably going to be winning this race as well, ahead of Gustavo Neves and Abe Santama, for now, obviously.
Still a whole hour and 50 minutes to go. Plenty of stuff can happen within that time. Although, you gotta wonder what can actually happen within an hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
That will have that big of an effect. And it does seem like Abe is probably having a pretty boring race at this point. No one to really battle. It's kind of been that way for a while. Though it is what he does best, just hot lapping around tracks. Doing 48.2s at the moment.
You'd love to see how both the boards coming into the second Lesmo are completely broken. So
Seems like every board around this track is completely broken. Unless it's stuck to a wall, it's broken.
yep.
Turn 1 boards are all gone. The Lesmo boards are all gone. Guess that's just what happens whenever you have a long race like this.
No. I think it's going to be even worse heading into Bathurst because there is a very crucial board at the end of the long straight. In the final sector, there is a board which a lot of people use, and that thing's going to be destroyed. And the first corner boards and the last corner boards. Very crucial.
Yeah.
Some people like to say, like, oh, look out for the tree that's on the side. Like, huh? There's many trees.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I'm looking out for.
You mentioned that. On that corner you're talking about, the long straight.
No.
Going into the chicane on Bathurst, I don't use the board or the trees. Actually, there's a
piece of grass. Yeah.
The dead patch of grass is my breaking point, so I never have any issues. Although I will say for the last corner, that board, when it gets destroyed, I do have a bit of an issues. I look at the grid spots and kind of count and break at the one I think I need to break at.
That is crazy.
I don't know at the first corner. I didn't even realize there was any boards over there. I think there's some advertisements. Whenever they switch over, I break there.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a good idea to not have your breaking points at any sort of object that can be broken, for future reference for anybody that's struggling in the Lesmos, because the 50 board is gone. Now you kind of gotta guess off of the little pieces on the ground and try and guess where it used to be. I will say with Williams' pace in the Lambo, he's catching Emmanuel pretty quickly, almost 2 seconds a lap. I think it's closer to a second and 7/10 maybe.
Come on. As Paulo Fabrizio comes into the pits. And I think this is going to be the second to last pit stop for most people.
Unless we had what happened in Kyalami, where people started like pitting right before they needed to, like at the hour 20.
Yeah. Which is what's going to happen here as well, I think. Because I think a 6-hour race you can't really split into 1 hour 10 minutes stints. Though that 8 hour you definitely could.
Yeah. So, in the chat saying on the Lesmos, there's a white mark on the wall about equal to the 50 board. Not something I've ever noticed whenever I've driven around.
No.
That person that struggles whenever the board is gone, although I see the mark he's talking about. Yeah, so I think Williams is definitely catching Emmanuel quicker. 11 seconds is the gap. And it seems about 1.5 seconds difference between their lap times. As Malia is exiting the pits in the Lambo.
And Adriano Coutinho just coming into the pits. Clayton Filsinger coming out the pits just behind Tom Bartels. 1.5 seconds.
Oh yeah, that put Chase. It's Chase now. Dan Chase for the Odyssey Esports car.
It's going to be
chasing down Bartels.
Exactly. Didn't you just love that name? It fits perfectly.
It does, especially He's Australian, so I think it's a great name. And hopefully they don't have anything too bad, because Jod behind is not that far behind, only 5 seconds. So if they end up fighting for too long or have any contact, Jod will be able to catch up really quickly and maybe gain a few positions off them. I wonder what Tom is thinking at this point, because it's been a while since he's had a pit stop. And I know he's doing a double stint, so he's going to be pretty tired by the end of it.
I think he's mainly just probably thinking about food. I'm not sure. Maybe.
I'm thinking a pretty similar thing.
I was thinking of a pretty similar thing, but no longer.
Oh, and one of the VGTR esports teams posted a few minutes ago a clip of them going through the Scary chicane and nearly losing it.
It's like it sucked them back in. Like, they started going off, and then the Scary chicane or the track just went straight and out. And yeah, that was a pretty close call.
Yeah, luckily they didn't have any incidents, or else they would be a lot further behind at this point. Although they are extending their gap to Chase, and Jod is catching Chase, I believe. And I will say, I just noticed Abe is catching up to Borchers in the BMW, though Abe still has to pit, so Borchers I don't think is too worried about it.
What happened to Stevens? Well, I think they've had a string of bad luck today. Way too many pit stops. I think they've been in a couple of collisions of their own fault. I think they just mainly the wall. I don't think colliding with anyone, but just mainly making mistakes, costly mistakes that they can't really afford in an endurance race. But sadly, it is what it is. And they are stuck in 20th, 2 laps behind P19 as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes are always gonna screw you over in an endurance like this. It's as soon as you're losing time, you're just losing a lot of time. And if you keep making them over and over, running into walls, doing what he's doing right now, yeah, that's gonna cost you time, and it's just gonna accumulate and, you know, end up losing you laps as he's lost currently.
As Alexander Gray comes into the pits as well now. Luke-Jan gonna get past him pretty soon. He's on the run down to Parabolica. Emmanuel coming into the pits. That frees Taylor Williams to do his perfect in-lap. Yeah, go Black Panthers. Power Ranger theme starts. I wish I could play music, but I feel like I'd get DMCA'd by Twitch so quick.
I think Twitch actually let up on it. You should be more worried about YouTube. Pretty sure YouTube is really strict on it now.
I don't know, I used a very highly copyright piece of material on one of my shorts, and they were like, yeah, there's copyright music here, but we're not going to do anything about it unless the publisher does anything. So if the Power Ranger writers or the song creators hate YouTube, hate other people using their songs, then yeah, they might just instantly strike me, which I don't want to do. As I think I saw somebody leave the race. Not sure who.
Someone's out. Not sure who either. I think it had to be towards the back of the field, but
I'm just gonna cross-reference it. So we had
Watching the Lambo Williams go around, not fighting anyone. He's just hot lapping, doing a 149.4s for the Your Fault Mate team.
I think it might have been Mika Razasa who has left the race.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Rajasa anymore. I think Abe is still continuing to get closer to Borchers, but he has 2 lapped cars in between him that I would say are fighting for position, because one's in 18th and one's in 17th, but 18th place is still a whole lap behind 17th place.
Yeah, there they are. Cheater Nichita and Marcin Demansky.
Ooh, as 18th just ate a little bit too much curb and goes wide there. And Abe is able to get past and hopefully get past 17th on the in this corner.
Now that it leaves,
Demansky getting a little bit close there.
Oh, I think it might have been a internet issue for Mika Razasa, because then now they came back onto the server. That's not great.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, because you're definitely going to be a few laps down if you had internet issues and have been gone for as long as they have.
Now they're gone again, so I think they might give up on this attempt, on this race of getting back. So unlucky stuff, and hopefully they have better luck in the 12 hours of Spa.
And even though the sun came out, the temperature is getting colder on track. It's not under 20 degrees Celsius. If I had to guess, 67 degrees Fahrenheit is what I'd put it at.
Let's see.
You gonna fact check me on that one?
68.
Right. 68. It's not that far off.
I don't know. I think if you're calculating PSI and you get told that it's 68 degrees instead of 60... Well, you get told it's 66 instead of 68. I don't know. I think that might throw some people off.
I think this battle, or not battle, but this Barteld's chasing Jod. Three positions right here. It's interesting. They're all around a second and a half off of each other. Hopefully they get closer and start battling each other. I think it would be good to see a three-way battle in the middle of this race. They don't really have anyone behind to worry about. Rachel is a whole minute behind, so they can have a little battle and not worry about losing any position.
Go Black Panthers.
Chase is getting closer to Barteld's, but Jod seems to be dropping further back. Yeah, Chase almost doing a second quicker. All in the Ferraris, of course, because why wouldn't you be? It is the OP car.
And a very good car, which only got nerfed on, I think, 2 tracks? No, maybe 1 track. It got a turbo buff on 2 tracks.
Yeah, I don't really see the point of buffing it whenever it's already this good, and then not even nerfing it for the fact its top speed is really high. It's almost how when the BMW came out, that's what everybody was driving. Now we're to the Ferrari. Everyone's driving the Ferrari.
And I mean, if this trend continues, then the Ferrari is going to be pretty OP for a while, because the BMW was, I mean, it wasn't OP, but it was, and it still is, a very good car. So
yeah, I still will not abandon the Porsche. I don't care what the Ferrari has. The Porsche is always going to be my sweetheart in the car I'm racing.
Well, then I guess enjoy finishing second in the championship.
You know, it doesn't matter where you finish as long as you have fun.
Wow. There you go.
You know, so I think that's all these racers are out here looking for too, is just a good time. I don't think they care about where they finish.
No, no, it's not like they paid
Yeah.
for this event.
And they definitely don't have the chance to win any money. So
No.
I think that they're just here for the fun of it.
Yeah,
As
it's just like Chase.
Wow.
Whoa!
That was never going to happen. And that really threw off Bartels there. I think that's going to give the position to Jod. And Chase letting him by because, my God, that was like...
I'm not even sure where he came
ambitious.
from.
Yeah, I mean, he was like half second behind. I guess he just decided to not hit the brakes and jump the corner and see if it worked out in the end.
Nevis, yellow flags. Not good. Hitting the wall, I think, even.
Yeah, Bartels and Jod really battling it out here. Bartels coming back at him.
Yeah, both on the same pit right now. So we'll see. Hopefully they don't pit in the next 20 minutes, because then they'll be able to go to the end. And if they do pit in the next 20 minutes, they pit less than 20 minutes, then, well, they'll have to do another splash and dash. And I don't think it will be just like last time, because, yeah, last time a lot of people got super lucky that they pitted a bit early. Yeah, they pitted a bit early, which would have made them do a splash and dash as Bartels goes completely off.
Would have made Chase is going to be closing the gap now.
Would have made them do a complete splash and dash, but because everybody had to pit for wet tires, it was much easier for them.
And after you talked about Neves getting a yellow flag, he's in the pits and lost that position to Abe Santama now. Down in third.
Yeah, I think Abe is going to have to come into the pits too, as Tom Bartels comes into the pits. As I was saying that he needs to hold on for those 20 minutes. Well, looks like he's going to have to do either split it in half or either do last 20 minutes splash and dash. Did something happen to Andy? P3 Delta was 30 seconds, I think.
McLaren just spun around. Cartson's spun around on the second chicane. He's like stuck against a wall almost. He can't get out of there. I don't know what happened. I just caught the tail end of it as Demancey's going to get by. I can't tell you what happened. I might go look in the replay here and see what happened to him, because that did not look fun.
I don't think anything happened to Andreas Borchers. He's still setting his 47.6. It's just that Abe has not come into the pits yet, and Andreas has, so nothing to worry about there.
And going back and watching that replay of the McLaren, he just spun out on his own.
No.
Not hitting anyone, so I don't think no incidents reports will come out of that. So that's good at least.
And I'm not sure if you lost about 40 seconds, because here it's telling me that you guys still had a pretty good stop of a 32.9. And yeah, faster than Abe's last stop. So yeah, Abe's still having to come into the pits. Andreas Borchers, though, is starting to slow down a little bit. But everybody still has that extra pit stop to go. As the... Oh, it happened an hour ago, okay. As Timon Karstens comes into the pits too.
Barteld's now in 11th after his pit stop.
Not where he'd want to be. But he still does have Daniel Jord, who needs to come into the pits. So hopefully he'll be... Well, hopefully for Tom he'll be behind him. But I'm not sure actually. The gap seems pretty big.
First and second place fighting for position. Then you also have third and fourth place who are also fighting for position, who are both just 4 seconds apart from each other. Which is pretty nice to see that the top teams are keeping it close.
Yeah, I think though first and second will never have a battle. Because, again, Abe has to come into the pits. Andreas has already done his pit stop. Though third and fourth that is probably where the battles will be won. Now Lukjan trying to get that position back.
I can dream, though. I can dream that first and second will have a battle eventually.
Exactly.
Now, I wouldn't actually like to see the two Ferraris have a battle of the Black Panther car and the Forza Italia car.
.pl. We have to remember, it's Forza Italia, right? They still absolutely love the Italian car and the Italian culture, but all of the drivers are Polish from my knowledge. So Lukjan from Poland, Mika Baliki from Poland, and Paweł Jarzabowski also from Poland. Actually, I'd love to see where he finished in his RCI race.
Yeah, I would have guessed they were all from Poland due to the fact that .pl is the Poland website tag. And that's going to be so tantalizing to Abe to be so close behind Borchers, but knowing that you're a whole pit stop behind, so you're not going to catch up.
Yeah.
Not too many other people all that close together. Giraldi and Proshnicka still close. Yeah, for most teams it's going to be one more stop left. For some teams it might still be two, depending on when they pit last. All they need to do is make sure they make it past the hour and 10 mark, so that way they don't mess up their stint timer. Oh, and someone looks like they went a little wide just now.
I think that might have been Martin Domanski. That sucks. One more stop left, right? Yeah, I think there's one more stop left for everybody. Though Abe, he can hang on for these 15 minutes. I'm not sure if he's got 15 minutes left on his stint timer. But he can try and hang on. He might be here to do only one stop and then go completely to the end, which might completely interrupt Andreas Borcher's cruise to victory, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen. I think he still will have to stop twice, though. That will suck for him quite a lot.
I do think Borchers does have this victory pretty locked down, as Proshnicka doing 5/10 a lap quicker than Giraldi, up in 3rd and 4th place.
Oh yeah, and he's only 2.5 seconds off. Oh, the Black Panthers probably sitting pretty worried, pretty anxious. See how this pans out for their man, the one who is leading the Black Panthers in 3rd place. Matteo Silva in 6th, and I think Henrique Lustosa in 7th. Yes, he is. Still good points, but
oh yeah,
we'll see.
And it's a big mix-up from the finishing position in Kyalami, which is very nice to see. I want to see a solid, 3-4-way battle for the championship win towards the end of the season.
Yeah, because now Lukjan is going to be finishing in 3rd. I think that's going to put him at least a position down. There comes Abe into the pits, so he's still going to have to do that one more pit stop after this one.
Bad timing again. I feel like Abe and the VGTR esports team that he's on did this last time too.
No, I think most people have done this. Abe is the closest to the pit, to the 1 hour 10 mark, to the final 1 hour 10 mark. So I'm doing pretty well. I think doing pretty well. Though Daniel Jord finally come into the pits as well.
And what's going to happen is Abe is going to get passed by Giraldi and Proshnicka, and I think they're going to make it to only have one more pit stop during this race, while Abe is still going to also have to make another pit stop. So I think Abe might have just lost his possible second place finish, maybe.
Yes, Abe just about comes down. Here's Philip Balavender coming through the Parabolica, just to show he is starting to close that gap also to Abe. You know, Philip doing 47.7, 48.1. That is matching about second place. Second place pace and third place pace as well. So good stuff by him. And Daniel Jord just about getting passed by Maximilian Reichel. I think they're actually fighting coming out of the pits.
Oh yeah, and it's not Jod anymore. It's Schindler in the car, since you seem to update a little bit slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Schindler behind Reichel going into turn 2 here. Or turn whatever it is. The second chicane, I'll call it. Closing the gap pretty well, down to half a second. All the meanwhile, Shaquille is in the Audi now, with Barovets 3 seconds behind. That's another battle brewing up. Yeah, we'll say second, third, fourth, and almost fifth are all within reach of each other with no cars in between them, which is pretty impressive towards the end of this race.
Yeah, and Luxon might hope to get second place here, because that will then keep him probably at the second, in first for the championship.
Yep.
So who knows?
And it would be interesting going into Watkins for a 24-hour race, having a possibility of 4 different teams being able to win the championship and have just one race of 24 hours to decide.
And that one team possibly disadvantaged by having a commentator run for them. Who knows?
And I think Schindler's going to get this move done into turn 1 here. A clean overtake. Doesn't even seem like it was any struggle. Reichel probably not really too worried about defending it, knowing the Ferrari had it pretty cleanly.
No, he is still going to try and get around the outside here, which will turn into the inside.
I don't think he's... Oh, he might... No, he's going to back out of it. I think he realized he was too far back, but I think he broke a little later, so he had to dive away from the Ferrari to not rear end him. And that puts him now a few seconds, or almost a whole second behind, losing out on his possible chance to overtake. And yeah, I'm surprised Proshnicka has been very close behind this whole time, but not closing the gap anymore, kind of running the same pace, but he's doing very quick laps, 47.7s.
Philip Balavender, yellow flag coming out of a Scari chicane. That is going to hurt his chances of trying to get the position away from Abe Santama.
Yeah, he was 15 seconds behind a minute ago, and now he's almost 20 seconds behind. That's definitely a big problem if you're actually trying to get that 4th place position from Abe. And hopefully the Porsche can find a few tracks this season that it can do better at, because right now it's been 2 tracks with pretty long straights and pretty good places for the Ferraris to just top speed out the Porsche.
Yeah, well, I think what is on the calendar actually? We've got
Spa's next.
Okay, Spa, yeah, that's not going to be good. I don't think any of these tracks are good for the Porsche.
Yeah, I think Bathurst will be the best one for the Porsche, even though it still has 2 really long straights.
Silverstone is also pretty good because of the twisty corners. Got that downforce So we'll see. Watkins Glen is not terrible for the Porsche, I don't think. At least in the old update, I remember the newest Porsche was the quickest on Watkins. We'll see if the newer Porsche is able to do that in the new update as well. Though I suspect that the Ferrari will still be pretty OP on that track as Lukjan comes into the pits. That is weird.
Oh, what a horrible time to have to make your pit stop. So, I mean, you got 8 minutes left until you can just run the rest of the race, but no, you got to come in those 8 minutes before.
I mean, if they put in enough fuel and they fuel save these 1 hour and I guess 15 minutes, they can just kind of go to the pits, but not actually go to the pits. They can just do a little drive-through, which will save them a huge amount of time. But that will count on them having to fuel save quite a bit.
Yeah, and even then, you don't want to have to do your own drive-through.
Yeah.
That's usually a penalty you get. Now you're just penalizing yourself, basically. As they drop down all the way to 5th place, and I think 6th place is long behind, so I don't think they have to worry about Silva at all, but now they got to worry about trying to catch the rest of the grid.
I do think a couple of drivers will be just driving through the pits instead of having to stop and do all of that again, because I think a bunch of them know how to fuel save, so we'll see.
Yeah. I think that would be interesting coming down to the end of the race and you have the top few teams just driving through the pits instead of actually taking pit stops.
No.
That put Giraldi up into 2nd place. So now he's running in 2nd for the Black Panthers.
As
And
Abe,
obviously the Black Panthers have plenty of fans.
Abe, 47.92 tenths quicker that last lap than Stefano Giraldi. He's got 1 hour and 16 minutes here in order to try and catch up and possibly get 2nd place, so then he doesn't, continue his possible streak of bad luck. I say that in quotation marks because he's still going to be finishing in 3rd, which is still a damn good finish if you are running in these sprints or in these endurance races.
Yeah, I don't know what you consider a sprint, but I don't consider a 6-hour race a sprint. That's
I don't know why.
maybe not so much of a marathon, but it's definitely not a sprint, that's for sure.
Wow.
And I gotta give it to Abe and Hatche, just 2 of them doing the race today.
Yeah, sadly Britt out on a boat. Not sure what he likes to do on boats, but
Definitely not racing on a boat, I don't believe. So
yeah,
definitely missing out on something.
oh yeah, and he's going to be missing out on the 12 hours of Spa as well.
That's going to be a good one too. Spa's a good track for racing, and 12 hours of it. I mean,
we did 24 hours of it, and it was fun. No, yeah, obviously you feel. I don't even know how to explain the feeling. You feel just not like you're alive anymore. You know that you're existing, but you're just not there. Because next day without having sleep, when I went to the shops, I was like, no clue what's going on.
I got to give it to these drivers too. I mean, we pushed back Kyalami by a week, so they did Kyalami last week for 8 hours and doing this today for 6 hours. That's 2 weekends in a row. Usually you're supposed to have a little gap in between.
Yep. And I'm gonna leave you with a little bit of also piloting for a bit. Because we've got the food.
My favorite.
Exactly. You get to see the beautiful angle of Henrique Lustosa and instantly switching to Cecilia Malaya. So
Yeah, it makes it difficult on me. It likes changing it randomly, so I have to keep on my toes and try to find out who we're watching all of a sudden.
Yep. Good luck.
As Malia goes around the outside on the Scari. Past Demansky. Demansky's a lap down, even though he's in 16th place, but that puts Barovets in Malay's eyes as we switched to the McLaren of... Who's driving the McLaren? Weinberg is currently driving the McLaren in 17th place. Doesn't look like he has anyone in front of him he's going to be able to catch this race, but he does have Nishita behind him, 18 seconds though, so that's a pretty large gap, and I don't think Nishita has too many plans of catching back up. And we're saying please send a hello to Lucas Peck, who I don't believe is in the car right now, but he is a Black Panthers driver, and their team is doing absolutely amazing today. You're already currently in that Black Panthers car for Lucas Peck. So we continue to watch Weinberg here. Just going through the Lesmos, switching over to the Porsche of, I believe that is Ballawender. Right behind Silva, but not for position. He's just behind him. And I think he's going to overtake into Parabolica here. Just a tenth between them as they go into the corner. He just chooses to stay behind. Must want to get him on the straight and make it a little bit easier of an overtake. Not have to dive so much down the inside. And yep, it looks like he's closing that gap really quickly. 7/10, the difference between their lap times, and that is instantly him past, and not even having to overtake him in the corner, overtaking him on the straight. Might have been Silva letting off the gas or hitting the brake or something to just let him past. That's going to be Ballawender let off to go chase down Abe and Giraldi. I'm sure Ballawender really happy with his position right now. Driving with Camille Taha and Alan Gray. In 4th place, really good finish. They're doing 48 zeros currently, chasing down Williams right in front, trying to get past. 6/10 is the gap as we moved on to Malia again, I believe. Getting, Barovets right behind Malia as we chose to move to Chase, I believe. Going down the main straightaway. That is Chase and Odyssey Esports. Even though Malia and Barovets right behind are having a battle, we choose to watch Chase just overtaking a lapped car of Stevens in last place. And that was an easy move. Didn't really expect much of a fight from Stevens. Oh, and it looks like, actually, I was going to say Demansky is right behind Barovets too, but Demansky is a lap down behind Barovets, so not too much to worry about. And I think, actually, no, I was going to say Stevens might have someone he's chasing, but I think he's a few laps off of, a whole 3 laps off of Nishita in front. Oh, and that's someone behind. Who was that? That's the Lambo of, wait. Oh, that was Malia. Malia just had a really big incident, crashing into a wall and definitely going to have to take a pit stop. Down in 15th place, got passed by Barovets. So we continue to watch Chase instead of watching any of the other action happening on track. Chase having quite a big gap to anyone he needs to worry about. I mean, Lustosa is the closest in front, but he's 20 seconds behind Lustosa, who's in 7th place currently. It's a big gap to close. And I expect to start seeing some people maybe making their last pit stop here as we get into the point where you can make the stint timer and not have to worry about any penalties. And they're exactly what I was talking about. Stevens goes in the pits. Barovets is also in the pits. Malia continued on even after the crash. I expected a pit stop, but Stevens and Barovets both into the pits, and Barovets may have had some damage. Might just be ACC not updating the cars for me. As we watch Proshnicka in the Forza Italia car in 5th place currently. Not anyone he's fighting behind him. That is just Nishita in 18th place in the Aston Martin. And I think Proshnicka is not going to be too happy about their finish today. Considering they're a lap down on anyone in front of them and in 5th place compared to the 1st place finish in the last race. Let's move on to the yellow Ferrari of, who was that? Oh, I can't remember, and that's Schindler, who's just ahead of Reichel. 8 seconds is the gap as we go to Reichel, who is 8 seconds behind Schindler, and Board Chairs is right behind. Let's see, Williams also just came into the pits, clearing his last pit stop. Barovets is still in the pits. That must have been a lot of damage done to that car to still be in the pits. And I think Borchers here is going to be looking to get past Reichel pretty quickly. It looks like up in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, they're all same lap, just 10 seconds apart from each other. Pretty good stuff. I think Borchers has just closed this gap just enough to try and take him on the straight if Reichel doesn't bin it, and he keeps it clean, but it did look like he went a bit wide. So we move on to the McLaren of Weinberg again, who is now behind Bartelds, who just passed him, and Dovrak, who's in the Mercedes now. Bartel's going to get past the Mercedes on the straightaway. Running in 11th place, chasing down Reichel ahead. Reichel's a whole 16 seconds ahead. He's got an hour to catch. Might be possible, might not be. Depends how quick of the lap times he can start to put in. I think that may have been his last pit stop, so he may be just hot lapping to the end, saving some fuel possibly. As we look in the purple Ferrari of Lustosa in the Black Panther car, getting past the Mercedes of Dovrak there. Back to Reichel, who is doing pretty good in 10th place. 15 seconds ahead of Bartelds and 10 seconds behind Schindler. And that's a pretty good looking livery. I like it. I think all the Porsches look pretty good with their liveries in this championship. Although right now it's only 2 Porsches on track, so I can't really hate on either of them. And Bartels is actually closing the gap pretty quickly. It's almost, let's see. Bartels is doing, oh, well, he's not doing that much quicker of laps, but it seems like the interval time is dropping pretty quickly. Down to 14 seconds between them. Used to be 15, used to be 16. And I thought Reichel actually flashed for a second there, but I don't think he did. I think it was a lighting bug. Going through the Ascari chicane now, taking it pretty nicely. Hopefully going flat out towards the end there like he should be, although he did go a little bit wide, so maybe he should not. Thank you, Quali. I appreciate the note as we move on to watching Lustoso again in 7th place. Yeah. Commentating is pretty fun whenever you don't know who I'm about to switch to. This camera is just picking and choosing random drivers, so I gotta commentate on whatever it decides. As it goes back to Reichel on the main straightaway there. Still has Bartel's behind. Bartel's closing the gap down to 13 seconds. Let's see, Reichel did a 156. Bartels is doing 148.7s, so he's closing that gap really quickly, and this might be an issue for Reichel in the future. Give it another 20-30 minutes, and Bartels might actually catch up. As Nishita goes into the pits in 18th place. Now we watch the Lambo of, I believe that is Malia that we were watching now, with Demansky behind. And it looks like that Lambo actually has some considerable damage that might need to get fixed at some point. Malia not really having anyone to worry about. He has Shaquille up front, but that's a 30-second gap, so I doubt he is really going to be able to catch that. Although I do like the camera angles the game is choosing. Looks very nice. So we move on to Williams in the other Lamborghini in 14th place with Ballawinder just behind. Ballawinder gonna probably get past him at some point here in the future. Getting the blue flags now, which means there's just around a second between them. And that Mercedes going a little bit slow in front of him. The Lambo definitely going to get past the Mercedes on this lap. And the track continues to get colder. It's now 18 degrees Celsius, which I don't have Artemy here to correct me. I think is, if I had a good guess, I'd give it a 65. 65 degrees Celsius. And you say P1 has 4 drivers, but only 2 have driven. What will happen if they finish without all the drivers driving? Well, from my understanding of the rules, the Mercedes going a little bit wide there, I believe. From my understanding of the rules, there's no rule saying you can't have just 2 drivers drive. I think even if they have 4 drivers in the game, they don't need to have all 4 drivers go. They just need to make sure their stint timers doesn't exceed 1 hour and 10 minutes, and they're all in the clean for the driving. So we watch Ballawinder going through a Sky chicane there, right behind the Lambo of Williams, and we move on to the who is that? It's the Ferrari of Prochnica, following the McLaren of Weinberg. And Weinberg is getting lots of blue flags. Prochnica is not going to be very happy about this. He's getting held up quite a bit. Although I think he's finally getting past here. Down the main straightaway. Weinberg should not be defending it how he is, but I think he's keeping it pretty close for being laps down. Prochnica finally passed pretty easily now. Going through a Sky chicane, Weinberg is dropping really far back. And again, the Ferrari looking beautiful as ever. That Italian livery on it is quite the style, I must say. As we move on to Tom Bartels going down the main straightaway, chasing down Reichel and Schindler still, as Malachek goes into the pits, or comes out of the pits. Yep. It's saying last pit stop done by Stevens. Bring it home. I believe David Dovrak in the Mercedes is who we are talking about. As we continue to watch Tom Bartels go around the long right-hander. And it looks like Reichel actually got past Schindler without the camera wanting to watch. But it does look like Schindler has a lot of damage if the game is not lying to me. I think it isn't, because a 202 on their last pit stop, or last lap, I think he probably hit a wall and couldn't go any quicker. So I'm not sure what you're talking about in chat currently, but if you're talking about respecting blue flags, the rules are in GT3 racing and also in our league that it's up to the overtaking driver to make the overtake, even if they are a lap down. So they don't have to slow down purposefully to give you the position. They just have to stay on a racing line and not defend. So if they were defending, then it's their fault. But if they weren't defending and they were just driving how they normally drive, then I think that is very legal and not an issue at all. As we watch Silva here going down to the first corner with Dovrak behind, which is who we were talking about earlier. Getting onto the front of his car now, looking at the back of Williams, and while we're talking, Reichel decides to go in the pits, giving the position to Bartels and Schindler. Continuing to watch, I believe this is Giraldi in the Ferrari, and we switch back to the Ferrari of the Forza Italia team, and I think they're in 5th place, aren't they? Yeah, 5th place lap. Prochnica going through the first corner here, does not have anybody to worry about. Yes, Richard in the chat saying it perfectly. Blue flags in GT racing are not like an F1. You do not have to hit your brakes and let the other driver pass. As long as you don't act like you're actually in a battle with the person, it does not matter. So you can continue on your racing line, driving as fast as you can. As long as you don't defend against the driver that is overtaking, you are all clean and in the clear. As we watch Ballwinder here, who is behind Abe Santama by what seems to be an 18.5-second gap. We move on to the first corner, going back to the Black Panther car of Lustoso. Is currently running in 7th place. Actually, we're not watching that Black Panther car. We're watching the Black Panther car of, if I can find it, I think it's Giraldi, ahead of Malia and behind Silviera. And 2nd place, doing very good for his team. Abe currently 10 seconds behind the Black Panther car, but I think Abe still has to make at least another pit stop. Although I'm not sure what Giraldi's pit strategy is here, so he may still have to make another pit stop also, which could leave him vulnerable. And Ballwinder still 30 seconds behind Giraldi in 4th place. You're an F1 guy, Lamau, just watching your guy race? Absolutely. There are definitely some different rules from F1 and GT3 racing. One of the big ones being how we were talking about it. Blue flags in GT racing are not the same as F1. You do not have to slow down. You just got to keep on your racing line. As we watch the Mercedes of, I believe that was Malajek going down the main straightaway, who is looking to catch Weinberg 6 seconds ahead. Yeah, so your delta between P1 and P2 is 61 seconds, like he said, which is a pretty big gap. But I think Borchers has to make another pit stop, but I do not think it's going to affect them too much. They have been absolutely dominating this race and haven't had any issues. And I think Borchers having a pretty good day. Him and his teammates, him and Hampshire, were the two driving today, doing really well, keeping their speed up. And that BMW has shown some incredible pace today. I mean, you expect the Ferraris to do really well, which, I mean, most of them are. You have a Ferrari in 2nd and 3rd place, and then after that, you got a Porsche in 4th, and then from 5th all the way down to 10th place is all Ferraris, but Schindler does come into pits, so that's going to leave Reichel to gain 10th place, I believe. And Richard actually explaining it perfectly in the chat of how blue flags work. As Nishita here will be starting to see some blue flags soon, and he may just decide to let him pass, or he may decide to continue racing as fast as he can, even though he doesn't really have anybody to worry about in front. We'll see what Nishita here does and see if anything crazy with the blue flags happen. I think it seems like Nishita will most likely just continue to stay on his racing line, going as fast as he can, and let Borchers do the overtake whenever he needs to. And man, this second Lesmo here is chaotic for those the drivers, as there's no board to know your braking point. We move back to the Audi of Shaquille, that is, I believe, with Weinberg behind. But Weinberg is 5 seconds ahead of Malajek, who is trying to catch up to Weinberg. Shaquille being a few laps ahead of Weinberg, but Weinberg, I think, might be actually quicker currently. No, he's about a second off his time, so I don't think Shaquille has much to worry about as we move to the car of Reichel on the main straightaway. And Sprite in chat finally understanding, and he says he likes the concept, and I think everybody that does love watching GT racing also loves the concept. I think in F1 it's a little silly to have the blue flag drivers just completely move out the way like that. It shouldn't be their problem to have to let them pass. It should be the person behind. They should have to make the overtakes themselves, as we do in GT racing. Reichel still running a really clean race in 10th place. I think he's most likely going to be keeping this 10th place for the rest of this race, and think that's going to be a very good thing for their team and where they want to finish. As we, I believe, watch Proshnicka here overtaking 7th place, the Black Panther car of Lustoso currently. But Lustoso is going to defend. Oh no, he just cuts the corner, and that cannot happen. That is the second time we've seen this happen on stream. Drivers just outbraking themselves in the first corner and deciding the best course of action is jumping those curbs there, which I don't think your car likes too much. That front splitter definitely not liking it, and the rear splitter also not liking it. Rear diffuser, not bad, not splitter. But definitely might have taken some damage, but I doubt it. We continue to Proshnicka here. Still doing pretty good. No one really anywhere close to him that he has any chance of overtaking. No one behind him that has any chance of overtaking him. He's basically running his own race at this point. All he has to do is keep the wall out of, or keep the car out of the wall, not the wall out of the car, even though that would probably be a good idea too. And yeah, I think those drivers are going to be pretty happy, although I think what mainly set them back was earlier in this race, they didn't, on one of their pit stops, they didn't fuel the car up, so they had to make a pit stop a lap later while driving the track very slowly because they forgot to put fuel in the car. Oh, what just happened? Oh, that is not good. That is, I believe that's the Mercedes of Dovrak and Proshnicka coming together in the Parabolica as the camera decides to switch away at the perfect moment to not see it. But that's going to definitely be an incident report by Proshnicka's team there. And that is not a good thing to see. I think someone's going to be a little upset, and I think there might be a penalty coming Dvorak's way there. As we watch the Black Panther car of, I believe that is Silva, currently behind the Lamborghini of Williams, not for position, but just in general, as Williams starts to get the blue flags. And that's going to be Silva cleanly down the inside and not really having any contention there. And Dvorak decided to come directly into the pits, and I think they might continue on this race, but it's not going to be a very fun continuation considering all that damage they just took and all this pits. And I just saw Williams also was off the track just a second ago. Yeah, it looks like into the first corner, Williams had something happen. He has damage to his car now. As we watch, I believe, the VGTR esports car of Tom Barteld's doing pretty good for the team in 9th place today. Shirley is able to keep that position until the end of the race. But, you know, we still have 50 minutes. Anything can happen as... looks like Schindler might have a look down the outside along with Lustoso behind. Very close going around Parabolica there. Well, if you have an issue, just open a ticket and stewards will take a look at it and decide what happened. As we continue to watch Barteld's here with Lustosa behind. But yeah, what I was saying, Barteld's doing pretty good for the team. I think the last race in Kyalami, not doing as well, so I think he's pretty happy with where he is right now. And asking about the scoring of the does P1 get 100 and the others get 0s, or separated in the top? So it's going to be separated in the top. The way it is, I believe, is first place is going to get $50, second place 30, and or not third place, second place gets 30, and third place gets 20. That's how it's going to be separated. Yep. Well, Hampshire nearly had it right. It's 50, 30, and 20, not 50, 30, and 30. But he has the right idea. And as we move on to the Black Panther car in front of Dvorak, that's Giraldi we're watching now. Giraldi doing really good, running in second place, and Abe is currently 10 seconds behind Giraldi. Maybe wanting to catch up in the last 48 minutes of this race. And now we're back onto the BMW of Borchers going down the main straightaway into turn 1. Has really no worries about anyone coming anywhere close to him, so I think he will be just running a nice smooth finish to this race. And we move on to, I believe, the McLaren, possibly, of Weinberg. Yep, that is the McLaren of Weinberg with Malajek behind. Yep. Malajek is only 3 seconds behind. I think Malajek has a good chance to catch up. And I like this angle that the camera has chose, although we just watched Ballwinder get it past Reichel, I believe. You believed somewhat correctly, Sprite. It's Assetto, but it's called Assetto Corsa Competizione, so it has a few extra words in there, but not really anything special. And that was Ballwinder getting past Reichel. Like I said, going around Parabolica now. 18-second gap from Ballwinder to Santama. Abe. So I think Ballwinder's off to the races, wanting to close that gap as quickly as possible, doing a 48.3, which is really quick. Abe is doing really quick laps too. He's doing 47.9, so Ballwinder has to start putting in some crazy quick laps if he wants to have any chance of catching Abe towards the end of this race. And Reichel running in 10th place right behind. It's a good finish for them too. I believe, I think last race they were actually doing somewhat similar position-wise. So it's not too bad. Yeah, Ballwinder doing really good. 4th place is a great place to finish, especially whenever you're competing against a field of Ferraris, which are typically a lot quicker on this track and should be ahead of you most of the time. Ballwinder just going a little bit wide there. Not anything too hurtful, not going to hurt his time or anything like that. As we go down the back straightaway into the Ascari chicane. You crashed the Giraldi car at the end of your stint? Is that like on purpose? What is that supposed to mean? As we switch over to Borchers here. Driving down the back straightaway. Getting closer to Shaquille and going to pass him here in the next few laps. Abe Santama doing a 49.9 on his last lap. So he's still setting really good lap times and not giving up any time to any cars behind. And that's going to be Borchers down the inside of... Ooh, just backing out of it. Yes, he did not get close enough for him to make that move. And if he did try to make that move, I think they would have been contact. But it should be a really simple pass down the straight. Shaquille does not have the top speed to defend against this BMW, which is going to fly past and have the position probably done by turn 1. Although that Audi is really starting to pull on him. And I think the BMW's ahead now. And Borchers is going to easily have this overtake. And the Audi decides not to turn in and ruin the race. Proshnicka now on the main straightaway. Or no, actually it's Blicky in the car now. That we switched over to for 2 seconds and then switched back over to Borchers, who is still in first place. No change of position yet. I don't think there will be any changes of position. And now we switched over to the Ferrari of a Black Panther car, which I can try and figure out as quickly as possible. That's going to be the Giraldi car, who is 10 seconds ahead of Abe. And now we're back to Borchers. This auto camera is really putting me to work today because I don't have any control of it. It likes choosing random cars, and that's Borchers a little bit wide there. Possibly making his tires a little bit worse on this next straight, but I don't think it's anything too severe considering second place is 40 seconds ahead, I would say. Yeah, 40 seconds ahead first place, which means he's about a whole minute plus behind, which is a pretty big gap, and Borchers is running really nicely here. He is coming up on Silva now, who's in 5th place. And it seems like so far, out of these 2 races we've had at Kyalami and here at Monza, that first place, once they get ahead by a little bit, they get ahead by a lot of it by the end of it, and seem to actually do really well. As we continue to watch Borchers. Going through the first corner now. And now we switch over to the Lamborghini, defending from the Odyssey Esports Ferrari. Pretty sure they're not on the same lap, so nothing to worry about there. Oh, and that's a crash between the 2 cars. Oh, that is not good. Oh, the driver's being Sadi, and I think, oh wow, that was not supposed to happen. And so now down the main straight is going to be Weinberg and Malajek. Malajek going down the inside, and he's going to have that position done. And I don't know who that was in the Lamborghini, but that was a pretty big incident back there. As we watch now the inside of the McLaren. What a nice POV. I think the McLaren has one of the best interiors that you can have. And still continuing to watch this McLaren. He is definitely fighting back to try and gain that position. And it looks like the McLaren is going to be dropping back. I mean, I don't see him catching up too quickly. And now we're watching the Ferrari of Tom Bartels go down the inside of Williams, who was a lapped car. Tom Bartels doing pretty good in this race, holding his position very nicely. Like to see it. Now watching the Audi of Shaquille. Driving very well today. Not doing too bad. I think he's up in 12th place currently. Now onto the Black Panther car of, is that the number 3? So Giraldi, I believe that would be. Yep, so Giraldi currently in first place. I think Borchers decided to come into the pits, and that leaves Kyle Hampshire in the car now, and leaves Giraldi in first place. Running this race right behind Silviera, who is also running away from Sadi behind in the Lambo. And they get a little bit wide and a little bit iffy, and I think that might have been contact between Giraldi and Silviera there. Nothing too bad, though. Luckily enough, didn't crash anyone. Going around the Parabolica now. Giraldi probably trying to extend his lead as much as he can. Now watching the Ferrari of Nika in the Forza Italia car. Right behind the Aston Martin of, that is Nishita. Actually, that's my fault. That's Blicky in the car now. I forgot that they did their little pit stop and got it fixed. And now we're watching, I believe, what would be the Porsche of Reichel, unless they switched drivers and I missed out on that. And let's see if I can find that Porsche real quick. Yep, still Reichel in the car. Doing pretty well today, still in 10th place. Currently has Dvorak behind, who's in that pink Mercedes, very nice color. My browser just went down and we're having some issues. Still watching Balicki here. And still doing pretty good. Probably just, I think he's doing really well for what he needs to do, and he's running a very nice race. As we continue to watch, I believe that is the VGTR esports car. And that's going to be the Black Panthers getting around Dvorak in the pink Mercedes. Oh, it was not the Black Panthers car. That's my fault. That is Shaquille in the purple Audi. Let's see here. Where am I missing? I can't find the Audi on my screen here, and that is Shaquille I was talking about. Currently watching the BMW Porsche still run, I think, or actually Hampshire now. I forgot that took a pit stop in second place, defending from Abe Santama in the Ferrari of the VGTR.
Yeah, no, I think Abe will have to pit again, won't he?
Yes, he still has to take another pit stop. Hampshire is running to the end of this race, which is why Giraldi is in first place currently, but Giraldi, I'm pretty sure, still has to take another pit stop.
I'll be pretty close between Abe and Giraldi then, won't it?
It will definitely be really close, which should be exciting once we get into the closing stages of this race. Definitely been really fun with the auto camera, choosing random people to watch. There's a few battles that we missed because it decided it didn't like those battles enough and it wanted to watch a car get lapped.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Other than that, it's been pretty stale. It's been very just people driving consistently, doing what they need to do, and you know, doing their thing.
Oh, nice. My lights went out. It's always great to see. Turn them back on.
Hopefully you don't break the stream again.
Oh, there we go. It's back on. Yeah, just like last time. But I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but 30 minutes to go. So
30 minutes to go. Rain? Question mark?
oh yeah, about this time, wasn't it? But it looks like just the track is getting colder and colder and not much else. Yeah, Giraldi does have to pit again. So does Abe. And so does Philip, as he's showing now. And I think even Mika Balicki might have to pit. I'm not sure, though they might... actually, no. Will they? Who knows? We'll find out.
And watching, that is 5th place, I believe, Balicki. Now moving over to the VGTR car of Abe. Is that Abe?
That is Abe. That is Abe.
Running behind Hampshire still.
And Taylor Williams as well, fighting with Felipe Silveira. I think he just got past. And Abe Santama getting too close to Kyle Hampshire as well here. Kyle Hampshire had a pretty weak last lap, at least compared to his normal pace. And go Black Panthers, Stefano Giraldi leading the race. But I fear that it won't be for much longer, as he's going to have to come into the pits any second now. For sure this race, actually we changed the trim color on the cars. For this race we've changed the trim colors. Have you actually? We have white canards and mirrors. Well, let's... oh yeah, you do have white mirrors, yeah. And Abe just has normal stock black mirrors. So that is how you can differentiate the two cars. If you see black mirrors, yeah, you know that is... yeah, you know that is the faster car, or Abe Santama. And if you see white mirrors, then you know that is the Pro-Am car. And if you see a Porsche... oh, which is not actually running. Is that another person that we lost? Because I have not seen anything of Leon Stapelfeld or Lars or Eric Giesel. They must have left. That might have been, yeah. They retired a while ago, right? Unlucky then. David Dvorak. Off the track, and off the track in a very bad place as well, as he tries to come back onto... oh, spinning again. Yeah. You can cut back to Abe Santama, who is lapping the car of Taylor Williams and trying to get to Kyle Hampshire before he has to pit. And I think Abe Sentinel will probably be pitting in the next 5 to 10 minutes. That's my personal guess.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, he's getting to that point where he should take a pit stop so that way he has fresh tires for the last 30 minutes of the race.
Yeah. It's now super dark. Well, not super dark, but still getting closer to the start of the night, at which they will probably end the race. It is 16 degrees out on the track. Very cold. Look at that. That last lap, Kyle Hampshire and Abe Santama doing the same exact lap, 157.595, both of them doing it.
That's really impressive to see. You know, they're both on different pit strategies, so they're both on different tires, different fuel loads, and they're still managing to get really close to each other's lap times like that.
Yeah, and identical as well. Interesting. As Pietro Sadi gets back past Taylor Williams, but they're going side by side, and nearly a bit of contact between them two. I think Pietro Sadi nearly going sideways. So was Taylor Williams. Taylor Williams now on the inside into the first Lesmo, and they do make contact this time, and Pietro Sadi is forced wide. And what's happened? Who's that? Donis Rodriguez trying to avoid this. He has gone straight into the wall. No contact there. Taylor Williams, though, letting Pietro Sadi through, which is the more gentleman thing to do. When you know that you've messed up, you kind of do need to let that guy behind through. But, Rodriguez there, kind of putting himself on a disadvantage. Yeah, he is 23.5 seconds behind, in front of Douglas Santos, and a whole nearly 70 seconds behind Micha Baliki, which means that he's not really fighting in this race anymore. But still, that damage could hinder his last 30 minutes and maybe even cause more mistakes, which is not what they want in this race. They just want to finish it, cruise to the win. As now Taylor Williams comes into the pits, and I'm not sure if he does have that damage. I can have a look from his helmet cam. Yeah, he does. He does. No, he does actually have that damage because he's not steering straight.
Yeah. I will point you out to Phil Singer and Barteld's currently having a battle. 2 tenths between them going on the back straight. Phil Singer might have a shot at the inside of a Ascari here. Would be a brave one though.
Yeah, would be.
He backs out of it. Seen many people taking looks down the inside towards Ascari, but none of them taking the chance. I mean, it's just not a good place to go side by side there. There's not enough room, and if you end up hitting each other, that kind of ruins both of your chances, and you don't want that.
It's a pretty fast corner, so yeah, hitting each other there is not the greatest ideas. But Phil Singer nearly going on the inside. Tom forced to the outside, really, and now they're going to be going side by side into the next corner. Looks like Phil Singer does have the better straight line speed here coming into the first corner, but Bartels absolutely flying along. I'm not sure if he's using low.
Wow, what a defensive move he chooses there. He realized once he got past him, he just chose to dive down, switch to the inside line. And
contact.
That's not good. That's a contact by Phil Singer, and I think that's going to be looked at. And I think the VGTR esports team might say something about that and question it.
Yeah, Tom Bartels not happy with that at all, flashing his lights at Phil Singer. Phil Singer up into 8th place, but what penalty is to come? He needs to really extend that gap to like 15 seconds, I'd say. Isn't that probably a penalty like that?
I would put it more closer to 5, but honestly, it would probably be in his favor to just give the position back and not worry about it, because I think giving the position back will leave him closer to Bartels and going out way ahead and gaining a 15-second penalty if that's the case.
Yeah. And that Peter tube on the 296 makes me giggle. Yeah, that submarine sort of thing on top of the Ferrari 296, which they don't use too often in real life. By the way, they only use it for some races, but Kunos decided, we're a bit too lazy. We're just going to keep it on. And the sad part about it is that it's not flexible, so it doesn't wiggle, but if it did wiggle, that'd make it 100 times more funny and hilarious to watch. Richard Harknett saying, damn, I wonder why he didn't give it back. That's uncharacteristic of him to run away with a move like that. Maybe there is something else we didn't see. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't see all the camera angles, so there could have been that Tom Bartels did turn in, or there was some sort of input as he comes into the pits now. But Clayton Filsinger running away right now in 8th place. Yeah, I think he's done all of his pits. Did he?
Bartels goes in the pit stop, so I mean, doesn't really matter if he's done all his pits. He's off free for now. If he does have to make another pit stop, though, I think Bartels will have a pretty tough time, because he will be on fresher tires, Filsinger, once he does make a pit stop if he needs to. And that's Giraldi in the pits too from first place, so he's dropped all the way down to 3rd now.
Somebody saying 934 needs to push. I don't think there's a 934, but yeah, 943. Yeah, Ludger Schindler. No, he's 65 seconds behind Maximilian Reichel. He's got a 64-second advantage ahead of Shaquille, though, so I don't think he's going to be feeling the pressure too much. He just needs to, bring him back in for his team. And I really do wish that the team name worked. But for some reason it doesn't. It just brings up a blank. So we have to keep the driver names. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more fun actually seeing the team names instead of the driver names. But what is Ludger Schindler doing? Trying to warm up his tires possibly there, as he is going to get lapped by Kyle Hampshire here as well. Weaving from left to right, Ludger Schindler just having a bit of fun on the straight in the last 20 minutes of this race.
And I think it's about time for Abe to come in. He's starting to lose time. I think his tires are dying, and he just needs to get a new set of tires on and run to the end of the race. Because he does have to make at least one other pit stop, and it's the last 20 minutes of the race. Might as well do it now.
Yeah, I do think he has to. He has to come in.
That's going to be Hampshire getting past Schindler on the main straightaway. Schindler taking a really defensive line for being behind, but he backs off at the end.
Congrats to the number 2 team after falling down to last place in lap 1. With damaged car, 7th place is like a victory indeed. The Black Panthers having a great recovery drive today. From last, as they say, all the way up to 7th with Douglas Santos. Sadly, that will probably put them down a couple of places in the championship, but knowing how they drove today, what's in store for the 12-hour Spa is, well, that's crazy. I haven't read all your rules. Is flashing as the same as SRO, which is to warn you are going to make a pass, or is it whenever you want? I mean, it's not really enforced, so obviously mainly it is used to let the driver know that you are there, and you know, if you do want to pass them. But some people do use it to try and distract other drivers whenever they're making a pass, or whenever they're fighting for position, or they just, you know, are displeased with how somebody overtook them and they flash them with, you know, kind of like a horn on a car. So that is mainly how it's used. But most drivers use it to, yeah, no, not regulated at all. No, not gonna lie, a couple of people have been like, how do you say it? Like a bit angry at people who use flashes. Like, they say that it puts them off or something. I mean, that is mainly the point of the flashers. Obviously, it's to let someone know, but it's to put you off as well. And when it does work, people get a bit angry and say that, you know, they shouldn't be allowed, or they should get a penalty or something like that. But I don't know. I don't fully agree with it. I think we even had a fella leave because he got flashed on track and then he made a mistake afterwards. All on his own. Yeah, everyone indeed does have an opinion. Shooter and the cheetah now, as he's lapping about 2 seconds quicker than Jonathan Weinberg, and he's only 1.5 seconds off the back of that McLaren. He'll be hoping to make a move sooner than later. And get past for good. Flashing happens IRL, it's part of the sport. Yep. I mean, I can't imagine what sort of chaos would happen if they implemented horns in these GT3s. I mean, bruh.
That'd be interesting. You're going down the straight and you have someone honking at you. That might
put you off a lot. Right, come on, Sky Sports, don't let me down. I really want to use my phone to watch, but it's not letting me.
Oh wow, what a good commentator we have here, choosing F1 over our own race. We got Nishida getting quite close to Weinberg here, only 5/10 off.
I know. I need to log in. Oh no. As if I know my own email. Is that it?
Is that it?
I need to select all the images of cars.
Oh no, that's such a hard task.
There's actually a lot of pictures that have a piece of a car, but it's like a bus. I'll just say. Oh, okay, well, I have no clue.
Does a bus count as a car? Is that what you're asking right now?
I gave up, bro. I gave up. Anyway, Tudor and the Cheetah up into 17th place ahead of Jonathan Weinberg. I think that's the main part here. No, I think I forgot what my email is. At least what I use for Sky Sports.
Yeah, that's an issue. I don't think you can log in without an email.
That is the email that I used. Oh no. What is going on? I think I might have actually screwed up the capture. Okay, here is all the parts of the tractor. There we go, now we're in. I actually did mess up capture. Wow.
Good job. You're a pro, I can tell.
Yeah. I prefer the option of just having it for warning of a pass, which is the official SRO GT esports rule. That being said, there is no rule, then I would accept it being used against me just as much as I would take advantage of that. Yeah, Eric, it is okay IRL, but in the SRO esports it's not allowed, which is ironic. Interesting. I think we actually missed. Ape Sentiment did go into the pits. And now he's in third, only 4.5 seconds away from Stefano Giraldi, or nearly 5 seconds now. Is he going to be lapping quick enough? I'm not sure he will be. He's only got about 15 minutes left, or less than that even. As the clocks hit 30 past, it's time for the Miami Grand Prix as well. They're out on the formation lap, but I won't be spoiling it at all. I don't. I
kind of doubt that one.
Well, I didn't spoil it. I just said, you know, they're on the formation lap. If anybody does want to watch it, I'm not going to be streaming it illegally. I'm not allowed to do that. I think I'll get an easily ban.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that one. But I think a few people would definitely be checking into it while also trying to watch the end of this race as it's coming down.
Yeah. I think we would gain like a lot of viewers if, like, in the lower part of the stream there was just the Formula 1 broadcast. I think there would be a ton of people watching, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be a bad idea, just for the sake of the channel.
Yeah.
This race is really starting to come down to an end here as Giraldi and Santama are 5 seconds apart for second and third place. And after that, it seems pretty spread out, although you still have Nishita and Weinberg pretty close together. Although it does seem like they are getting further apart as it goes along.
Well, I think you can guess what Crofty is talking about on Sky Sports. He's talking about the red button. He's talking all about the red button.
What a shocker that is.
Oh, Abe Sansom going very wide out of the second after the first let's play. I keep on getting them really wrong.
The drivers?
The drivers and me. I don't know which one is the first, which one's the second let's play. Even after 6 hours, or nearly 6 hours off this track, and more hours as well, just driving it myself, I still get it wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's an easy track to remember because there's only like, what, 7-8 corners.
Yeah.
Is it?
That's why I'm so good at it as well.
Yeah, you don't have much to do. You just hit the gas as much as you can, and after that, you just turn a little bit, and that's the lap.
Exactly. Oh, but here is Fernando Alonso lining up second on the front row. Gunther Steiner
look at my crack.
Yeah. Hey, you're a bit behind, it looks like. My crack.
Yeah, probably.
Looking a bit nervous. So is Gunther Steiner, because Kevin Magnussen starting in 4th. What a surprise that is for Haas. They're finally on the grid.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm not gonna spoil what happens, but you'll probably hear about my emotions.
Yeah, our race is coming down, and it seems like everyone's pretty spread apart, although there is quite a few penalties on the grid. 2 people having 15-second penalties, and 1 person has 20 seconds of penalty. So that might have some effect. Specifically, it's going to be Silviera with the 15 seconds, and Phil Singer with also 15 seconds, and then Dovrak in the back with 20 seconds of penalty to his name.
Well, the medical car stands behind them. It is the 5 red lights.
And away they go.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, you might not want to talk about that too much.
Oh no.
And yep, the race is done. Max already won.
Yep, he actually did. Just now he won the race.
And that's the Miami GP for you folks. Hope you enjoyed. And hope we see you next time. But in all seriousness, we still have
8 minutes to go on our race.
In 8 minutes, yeah. just passing 8 o'clock. Still pretty bright outside. Not going to hit the nighttime for this race, unfortunately. Always a good time to watch.
And I do think, for the next endurance or just the next format, there should be, I think, a day qualifying and a night qualifying, and then get the average of those two. That would be a lot of fun, I think.
That'd be interesting for sure. And we do have limited tire sets, don't we?
No, not for the endurance series.
No? Maybe that would be interesting too, limiting our tire sets and seeing how the teams can do on that. Definitely would take some testing with the new tire format and everything, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking like it's a very set win for Hampshire and the Trackalicious BMW M4 team. And Giraldi looks pretty set to get second place, Abe to get third. And podium places right there. Not looking too bad.
Yeah, great job by everybody. And especially the Douglas Santos and the number 2 Black Panther, as we mentioned before, and as his teammates mentioned before, was last at one point in this race, climbed all the way up to 7th, and doing a great job hanging in there.
Absolutely.
Sadly, some issues for Mika Baliki and his teammate Lukjan did make them go back down into 5th place, though they could have definitely been fighting up there with Abe and Stefano Giraldi for those podium places. As well, they're still doing great lap times, 48.3 compared to Philip Alavender's 49.5. I mean, definitely could have been up there, but
yeah, Giraldi is he did a 47.99 on his last lap, and Abe doing a 47.96, which is still crazy to be this far into the race and you're still putting in those lap times, especially with Abe doing a double stint. He's been going for almost 2 hours now, a little over 2 hours, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we know Abe. He is probably the most consistent driver on the grid.
Yeah.
Put the man in a car.
Spin out too much.
Put the man in a car, and he's able to drive it.
And I think that's what that VGTR esports team was looking for, is a consistent driver that can put in the lap times that they need and finish the race really easily.
Yeah, and actually, if any of you are watching and do not have a team or are looking to join a professional team, obviously, as we are setting our goals pretty high and most likely going to be in an event soon, in a pretty big event. Obviously, do hit us up on our Discord and possibly even join the team. I mean, Ethan Reed actually got invited to the team. He didn't want to join the team himself, and so instead we had to chase him down, and, well, obviously I can't speak for him, but it looks like he's enjoying his stay so far.
Yeah, so far on the team, it hasn't been any racing for me. It's been doing other things so far, commentating, along with stewarding a little bit here and there. Haven't been any events that I've been needed in, so I've not been too worried about it, though. But I do think it's a great time. We have lots of good people, lots of fast people that can actually teach you if you're not quite where you want to be. So I would say for sure, if you need a team, looking for some tips and stuff, definitely hit us up and we'll see what we can do for you. So we're now in the last 4 minutes of this race, 4:20, obviously.
Yum.
And I think everybody's kind of calmed down and realized that this is basically their finishing position and doesn't have much to gain from pushing really hard.
Yeah, they have more to lose than to gain if they push too hard right now. Abe, he is lapping a 10th quicker than Stefano Giraldi, but I think he's too far back.
Too far behind. Yeah, there's like 2, maybe 3 laps left in this race, and he's 4 seconds behind. I don't see him catching 4 seconds in that few amount of laps. Everyone, I think, keeping it consistent too. They don't want to bend the car right now and ruin whatever position that they have finishing in. Abe just getting past Sadie right now, though, on the main straightaway. Black Panthers doing pretty good, as they usually do. Giraldi up in second, and then the other Black Panthers car, I believe, is I think they're the number 1 and number 2, am I right? So yeah, number 2, that's going to be Santos in the car currently, and then Rodriguez in the other Panthers car, number 1, and 6 and 7th place, so they're doing really good today.
Yeah, and Stefano Giraldi, as always, with his teammates Lucas Peck and Neves, and also Fernando Falco, able to yet again secure another 2nd place. That's good stuff for them.
And we actually had a good question in chat while you're gone earlier that I wasn't sure about it. They were asking about the team in 1st place, so Hampshire and Borchers. They have 4 people registered for this race, but they're only driving 2 of them today. Does that have an effect on where they actually finish? Is that a penalty of any sort? Because I don't believe it is.
No, it's not going to be a penalty at all.
Yeah, I think the stint timer is the only thing that really matters in that situation.
Yeah, as long as they don't exceed the stint timer, then there won't be any problems for them at all. I think if they had maximum driving time set, then they would be getting a penalty because they would be exceeding that 100%. But since it is stint timer, they won't ever exceed it unless they choose to. So,
which would be not the smartest choice, because as we saw in Kyalami, comes with a nice hefty penalty for exceeding that stint timer.
Yeah, I think it was like a stop and go 30 or something like that. It was not good. I think Taylor Williams' team experienced that a couple times. So yeah, I think this is the last lap, is it not?
I don't actually think it is. We'd be seeing white flags, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Yeah, Kyle Hampshire, I think is just about to start his last lap.
He's gone around Parabolica currently.
Yeah, close to Parabolica. And now he's going to start his fast.
Smooth win for Hampshire there and Borchers. I mean, nothing really that they had to compete with. They were just running out in front pretty much the whole time, as Dvorak goes into the pits on the last lap. Don't know why. Running in last place either way, but kind of an odd choice to make.
Yep. And maybe we can even have a little parade lap on board with Kyle Hampshire.
And Giraldi's 46 seconds behind. That's a pretty big gap, although, you know, at the end of a 6-hour race, I'd say that's pretty close, honestly.
Yeah, especially because of last 8-hour Kyalami. I mean, what was the gap between first and second? Like two laps, 1 lap?
Way too long, yeah. Way too much. I think it was honestly like a lap and a half or 2 laps.
Yeah.
So 46 seconds, not bad at all. As he goes around the last Lesmo, is heading down the back straight now.
And I think his team are going to be very, very happy with how Andreas and Kyle have just absolutely dominated this race. I think they topped qualifying. They're going to top the race as well. And it's going to move them up a couple of positions in the championship, that's for sure. They're currently in 5th. I'm not sure where they'll be. We'll let you know in the next race.
Ooh, he gets a little wiggly through Parabolica. Nothing to worry about, though.
But as he's going to come towards the line and claim his first place and his first win in the season, congratulations to Trackalicious. But such a dominant race weekend. Here comes Stefano Garaldi as well to take second place, as he is, I think that's behind Tom Bartels.
Yep. Ninth place Tom Bartels is. Pretty good finish for them too.
Yes.
In a decent race. And behind them, they have the Mercedes of Malashek getting really close to Abe. Hopefully Malashek doesn't do anything and hit Abe. But Giraldi coming to finish second place. Really good finish for their team. He's only 2 seconds ahead of Abe now. I don't know what happened to bring him so close, but Abe now coming across the line also. And
Philip Alavender also going to come across the line to finish in 4th soon enough. Amazing race, boys. Congrats to those who finished, and especially my Black Panthers team. Team Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. Let's go to Spa. All I can say is Spa is going to be one hell of a race. At least I hope so.
it should be, especially seeing that I thought Prochnika and his team, the Forza Italia team, were going to be really dominant and kind of take over the whole season. Clearly not the case after today. They were down in, I believe, 5th or 6th place. Yeah. So that's a good way to see see how the field is going to pan out, seeing that the 5th place team can come and win 1st place in the next race, and other teams do the same thing.
Exactly. But that is it. 24 people started, 19 people finished. That is Micha Raza, Lars Breitenstein, William Granberg, Chico Lindvar, and Alex Baba retiring from this race. But I think that is about it. And there is no race next week. How could you imagine that? There is no race next week.
A nice little break for our drivers to get prepared for the 12 hours of Spa.
Yeah, 12 hours of Spa and the next season of the VGTR Sprint Series, which should be getting announced pretty soon, I'd say, pretty soon. And possibly even the Endurance Season 2 get announced very early. But there is going to be a reason for that, and hopefully everybody will find out soon. Well, it's been a pleasure having you here, and thank you so much for taking over the times that I could not be here. And
thank you for having me.
Yeah, I hope you all have a great rest of the day, or maybe a great rest of tomorrow, or whatever time it is in your country. Hope you have a great rest of the next week, and I hope to see you all for the 12 hours of Spa. Adios.